Stargate Book presents Mind Mastery, The Secret Science of Intentional Creation by David J. Davidson. Digitally narrated using the voice of Edward Herman. Chapter 1. The Psychology of Success. The man who has a strong money consciousness is always drawing money. The individual who is always drawn to poverty is the one who is mindful of it. By their words, actions, and combined actions, they both precisely meet the requirements for the object of which they are conscious to come to them. As the saying goes, "As a man thinketh in his heart, so is he." When Job said, "The thing I greatly feared has come upon me," it would have been more accurate to say, "The thing I was greatly conscious of came upon me." Thought and faith are the mental wires through which the thing we are conscious of travels to us. A family that anticipates burglars will also attract burglars. The guy who has no fear of robbers breaking into his home or awareness of it never experiences molestation. The unafraid guy or individual is never attacked by the highwayman. He is prohibited by something. A man who is afraid of anything invites attack. Similar to how every dog in the neighborhood will immediately attack the timid, terrified dog on the street. Man builds his own future from the ground up. Self-creation is a possibility for him. He can be either weak or strong, wealthy or impoverished, depending on how he develops his innate talent and manipulates his consciousness. The needs self-improvement through effort, activity, and education, as well as willpower and drive. He needs to develop the ability to dress his thoughts in lovely armor of fortitude and might. He must be prepared to invest the same amount of cash, time, and effort in creating this mental garment as he would in elegantly and effectively dressing his body. Nothing is impossible if you follow the law of faith and make the appropriate adjustments in the economic world. You have an inexhaustible inheritance of value. Even though it has already been given to you, you will only be able to possess it to the extent that you create pathways for it to do so through the fulfillment of physical, psychological, and spiritual rules. Great things and goals in life are not attained through random means. To be great and strong, you just need one talent. But this skill shouldn't be tucked away or covered up with a napkin. It needs to be produced and put to use. It has to be grown. You have a royal birthright, so if you want to be great, find your talent and tell yourself, "This is one thing I do. Forgetting all other things, I press toward the high calling of my place." If this birthright is not exercised, nothing is known about it. Because so few people make it to the top to possess the wealth, there is prosperity, fame, and glory there. There is space there for you. There are riches there for you. There is honor there for you. Deprive the lower things of their right to hold your attention if, consequently, you want to reach the heights. Rise above their vibration with the innate will and desire you possess. Keep in mind that attention is controlled by intention. Have a magnificent and amazing ideal. Never let this ideal escape your grasp. As you advance, you could find that you frequently need to construct new ideals, because once you reach, they stop being ideals. Study your ideal. Converse with it. Visit it. Dream about it. Fix your heart on it. And let your drive and ambition lead you there. Where your heart is, there will also be your treasure. People can sense the value you place on yourself in every word you say, because it comes through loud and clear. Have faith in yourself and you will find your gift, and your gifts will exalt you and crown you with success, as it is said that, "A man's gift maketh room for him and bringeth him before great men." But don't talk about your faith. Do you have a promising future plan for yourself? Then, if you were to arrive, be sure not to inform any men. Have you had a brilliant idea, concept, or innovation hatching right now? Don't tell anyone else. If not, it will be canceled. These belong to you exclusively. Your confidence in yourself and your potential for achievement are absolutely private images that should only be seen by you. When they are ready to be born, the world will be aware of these things if you keep them in the womb of your brain. Every structure, no matter how big or tiny, began as an idea. It began as an idea and developed into a mental image. The mental image developed into a drafting or drawing on some paper. By building a steel or wooden frame, and then outer walls made of wood, brick, stone, or cement, it evolved from paper into material expression and shape. This is how a building manifests itself in the physical world. Prior to taking physical shape, every edifice had a mental form. The initial concept was in the back of the mental form. Ideas originate in the invisible world. Ideas that are accepted and approved are made public. Huge ideas, tremendous planning and collaboration with the universe's divine mind were the foundation for all huge business and great success. Always stay within the parameters of reasonable growth and development when seeing your business in your head. Success that lasts forever typically exhibits moderate growth and development. If you create an unrealistically huge mental image of success, you will undoubtedly fail along with it. Success too soon cannot be maintained. Focus on one goal at a time until you achieve it. Once you've reached that, continue to picture success at a higher level. Then, with continued moderation, and always leaving room for the unlikely or unexpected emergency, an even greater success. Few men have the self-development, perseverance, and faith needed to reach the top, thus there are plenty of opportunities there. The individual who is currently earning $500 per month won't receive $1,000 unless he can provide $1,000 in worth of service each month. Your fortune is something that you created on your own. Businessmen will seek you out with alluring salaries whenever your true value and worth becomes so great as to necessitate your services. Then, you can set your own price and obtain what you want. Be prepared to spend money on mental equipment. Do anything you can to gain value. Since success depends in part on others, attaining success for yourself also entails producing success for others. In order for you to succeed, others must first succeed. Nobody with nothing can buy your product or service. As a result, you must encourage others' success. Your success will be more complete the more successful you are at this. What you offer, you receive. Giving a lot results in receiving more because you gain momentum from other people's ideas, which carries you along with the power of the great Oversoul, the source of all power. Because someone ventured to think it was conceivable, the seemingly impossible is repeatedly made possible. The major discoveries of the past were made by those with greater faith than others. Their faith served as a catalyst for work, inquiry, reflection, and endeavor. Faith bears fruit when it is supported by deeds. The universal law is this. The men of faith still have a lot of work to do. If you have trust, you will be the one to delve deeply into the field of knowledge and draw the brand new, amazing object from the unseen. This type of work requires a person with the fortitude to face mockery and death threats while standing fearlessly and unafraid in the lion's den. You must conserve your forces if you want to accomplish much. These forces must be dedicated to the realization of your ideal. The miner laboriously excavates deep into the earth's interior while auguring pleasures and luxuries in order to find the precious metal, which will enable him to more amply and effectively provide for his basic needs. In addition to physical gold mines, there are also mental gold mines. Concentration, effort, and interpenetrative thought are necessary to explore the mental gold mines. As a result, a man can arm himself with mental gold and use practical, clever, and ethical strategies to attract tangible wealth. Hard thinking is mental mining, and profound, piercing thinking enables the thinker to transform the gold in the mind into the gold in the hand. Like gold mining, mental mining demands focus. Fixing the focus on a shared center is what it means to concentrate, to focus and amplify attention, to focus the mind solely. Concentration is giving something your full attention. Energy is focused and condensed to form dynamite. When focused, the mind becomes active. Such a mind works miracles. The creative mind succeeds where others fall short. This is accurate since it develops new strategies and techniques for luring success. It is capable of executing its plans. The road to success is uphill, and along the way, there are numerous obstacles to transcend and get over that tend to pull us down like gravity. Because their information is abstract and cerebral, rather than useful and essential, many educated people fail because it has not connected them to the source of power. Because of the spirit within, which knows no defeat, many illiterate people have achieved success and dignity. Constantly, the impossible is made feasible. You must have the freedom to think, believe, and practice in order to develop the abilities of the mastermind. Any remark you repeat to yourself, whether positive or negative, brings out the quality it expresses in you. Give yourself a terrible reputation, speak negatively about it, and it will uphold that image. Instead, if you keep in mind that your true self is perfect and ideal, because it is spiritual, and that spirit can never be less than perfect, you will realize that this is not the case. Even though it appears to let you down, if you talk highly of it and appreciate it, it will live up to your praise, and you'll finally realize that you have in fact discovered the pearl of great price. The defining characteristic of genius is the capacity for concentration. In order to secure mental precision, wisdom, knowledge, power, inspiration, and unfoldment, and to avoid misdirected and undirected mind power, which are to blame for the majority of failures in life, one must be able to maintain the mind open to the source of boundless knowledge. Too many people start their lives work haphazardly and without clear goals or objectives. Learning about the universal laws that govern the mental and physical levels of existence should be our primary priority in life. The spirit could be compared to high-tension power using an electrical metaphor, and the mind to a conversion facility. Man is sluggish, hesitant, and frightened while the trolley is off the wire. If he ventures before re-establishing this touch, his attempts are unsuccessful. Knowing oneself psychologically enables one to apply one's motivation to difficulties in life with the greatest success and the least amount of resistance. Men differ from one another in how well they understand how to use the laws that control this power. Unused power is similar to undiscovered gold. Before it is discovered and used, it has no value. Any asset can be converted into spiritual power. If used properly, it can achieve any goal. It is a treasure hidden in the field that a man discovered while plowing, and went and sold all that he had, and purchased the field. This power is the pearl of great price. It is the talent wrapped in a napkin and hidden away that men must discover and uncover in order to accomplish anything of value. It is possible to obtain this pearl of great price by exerting consistent, wise, and well-focused effort. The essence of all natural rule, power, and expression is man. The complicated nature and makeup of man can be compared to the telephone, camera, flying machine, and typewriter. It is still accurate to say that the greatest study of mankind is man. Man is dual in nature. He has a spirit and a body. A mass of earthly substance remains when the spirit is absent. The operation and manifestation of the human spirit is governed by clear laws. Psychology is the study of these principles. The words ology and psycho both refer to information, philosophy, or the law. Therefore, psychology is the study of the soul. You may solve any difficulty in life with the help of a practical application of the laws controlling this science, which will also spare you from a lot of unpleasant experiences. A man who puts his entire spirit into his work does so by allowing his spirit to guide his work. All creations must have soul in order to be successful, including all works of art and other life endeavors. Practically speaking, the terms soul and spirit are interchangeable, and the laws controlling both are just as precise, exact, and consistent in their outcomes as the law of mathematics. Anyone who lacks geography skills and a compass would have a difficult time locating a foreign nation or city. However, he could easily locate such a location if he had a basic understanding of geography, a compass, and the required transportation. Man is a knower on the path of life, and every step he takes is in the proper direction when he has knowledge of psychology. In this way, he may greatly influence the circumstances and events he will encounter in life and prevent losing time and money. When it comes to children, the universal law, each bringing forth after its own kind, is always the same. Both on the spiritual and physical planes, this is valid. You are the extension of the universal spirit, appearing as yourself in physical form. In the same way a twig is a part of a tree or vine, you are a branch of the infinite one. It is similar in nature. Man is a multifaceted being. Just as the unbloomed rose dormant in the plant in the middle of winter is brought forth in the summer by the intelligence of the bush via development and effort, all the possibilities of the divine self await unfoldment through him. All flowering plants, including rose bushes, have intelligence, and they dream of blossoms in the stillness. Its crowning glory are its blossoms, and lo, the plant's spirit manifests the realization of its aspirations in the mature form of the plant. Man's desire for glory, power, and achievement is a sign of his unity with the divine being. These longings represent the hunger that will be satiated as soon as he realizes the universal law that governs him. Those that fail are uncertain or walking in the dark. They are not in tune with the universal law's guidance or illumination. Instead of carrying out the divine self's will, they are fulfilling their own selfish will. They still lack the information that will set them free. Old ideas, psychology must vanish. There will be a psychology of new values, and up to this point, America has been the best illustration of that newer, more divine purpose. Behold, I create all things new. America is the nation among the countries, and with its lofty ideals and attitude of generosity, America is fostering a global sentiment that will result in a community of nations whose people will no longer be aware of war or its rumors. The lion and the lamb will feed together. There will be no more sorrow or weeping, no more death, and the crooked areas will be made straight. One man shall not sow, and another reap. The desert will flourish like a garden. The high areas will be brought low, and the low places raised, and there won't be any night there or anything to be scared of. Thoughts are things. Chapter 2. The Law of Abundance. A universal natural law is abundance. We can see clear evidence of this law on every hand. Nature is excessive, wasteful, and opulent everywhere. Economy cannot be seen in any made item everywhere. The abundance with which nature has provided for man is demonstrated by the millions of trees, flowers, plants, and animals, as well as the huge system of reproduction, where the process of creation and recreation is perpetually in motion. It is clear that there is enough for everyone, but it is also clear that many people appear to have been cut off from this supply. This is because they have not yet realized how universal all matter is, and how the mind is the driving force behind the relationships that connect us to the things we want. Understanding specific scientific principles of mind action is necessary to regulate events. Such information is quite important. It can be acquired gradually and applied just as quickly as knowledge. One of its fruits is the ability to influence events, and its balance sheet includes assets like harmony, health, and prosperity. Harvesting its abundant riches simply requires labor. Power is the source of all wealth. Assets only have worth when they offer power. Events only have meaning when they have an impact on power. Everything else just represents different types and levels of power. A major turning point in human development was the discovery of a rule of law through which this power could be made available for all human endeavors. It is the line that separates superstition from intelligence. It substituted absolute, unchangeable universal rule for the element of caprice that existed in men's lives. Man is able to plan bravely and act confidently because of his understanding of cause and effect, which is demonstrated by the laws governing steam, electricity, chemical affinity, and gravitation. Because they control the physical universe, these laws are referred to as natural laws. However, not all strength is physical. Some power is mental, while others are moral and spiritual. A guy who lived 50 or even 25 years ago would find it impossible to fathom the society we live in today. Thought is the vital force or energy that is being created, and that has generated such stunning outcomes in the previous 50 years. What can't be anticipated in another 50 years if such accomplishments have been achieved by assembling these cerebral powerhouses in the past 50? Some may question why we are not demonstrating these principles if they are true. Because the underlying concept is unquestionably true, why are we not getting the expected outcomes? We do. We receive outcomes that are exactly in line with how well we comprehend the law and how well we can apply it. The laws governing electricity were not effective until someone created them and demonstrated how to use them. The ether, the substance from which all things emerge, begins to vibrate in response to mental action. These vibrations, in turn, cause a correspondingly larger vibration in the molecule, and eventually mechanical action is created. This changes the way we interact with our surroundings and creates previously unimaginable opportunities. This is made possible by an ordered system of law that is inextricably linked to our new way of thinking. Therefore, it is obvious that ideas of riches will only react to other thoughts that are comparable. The individual's wealth is perceived to be what he inherently is. The key to attracting wealth from without is revealed to be opulence within. It has been determined that an individual's true source of wealth is their capacity to generate. Because of this, whomever puts their heart into their work will unquestionably succeed in all endeavors. He is going to give and keep giving, and the more he gives, the more he will get. The power of thought activates the law of attraction, which eventually presents itself abundantly in men's lives. The secret to all success and failure is also found within. It is where all strength and weakness originate. All development comes from within. Every plant, every animal, and every human are living examples of this law, and it has been historically incorrect to seek strength or power from other sources. The development of that mental state that nurtures and unfolds a creative thought that would bring about miraculous transformations in life is facilitated by a deep comprehension of this fundamental law that permeates the universe. Your road will be littered with golden opportunities, and you'll have the strength and insight to seize them. You'll make unforeseen friends, the world will shift to fit your new circumstances, and you'll have discovered the pearl of greatest price. Every positive quality, wisdom, strength, courage, comes from power, and we have seen that all power comes from inside. Conversely, every negative quality, lack, limitation, bad circumstance, comes from weakness, which is just the absence of force. It is nothing, and it comes from nowhere. Therefore, developing power is the only cure. This is the secret by which many people transform loss into gain, fear into courage, hope into reality, and despair into joy. This might seem too good to be true, but keep in mind that science has given man access to nearly endless resources in only a few short years, with the push of a button or the pull of a lever. Is it not possible that there are further laws with even more potential outcomes? Let's examine some of nature's most potent rules. In the world of minerals, everything is permanent and solid. The animal and plant kingdoms are constantly evolving, changing, and being formed and recreated. Heat, light, and energy are all present in the atmosphere. As we move from the visible to the invisible, from the coarse to the fine, and from the low potentiality to the high potentiality, each realm gets finer and more spiritual. When we approach the invisible, energy is in its most pure and flammable form. The invisible forces of nature are the most potent powers. Similarly, the invisible spiritual forces of man are the most potent forces. And the only way for the spiritual forces to appear is via the act of thinking. The only ability the spirit possesses is thinking, and thought is the only output of thinking. As a result, reasoning is a spiritual process, ideas are spiritual conceptions, questions are spiritual searchlights, and logic, argument, and philosophy are components of the spiritual apparatus. Addition and subtraction are also spiritual operations. Every thought activates certain bodily tissues, brain regions, nerves, or muscles. The structure of the tissue is changed physically as a result. Therefore, in order to completely alter a man's bodily organization, only a specific number of thoughts on a particular topic are required. This is how failure is transformed into success. Thoughts of failure, despair, lack, limitation, and disharmony are replaced with thoughts of courage, power, inspiration, and harmony. As a result, the physical tissue is altered, and the person develops a new perspective on life. In fact, old things have died. The world has changed completely. He is reborn, but this time he is a spirit-born child. For him, life now has a new purpose. He has been rebuilt and is brimming with happiness, assurance, hope, and vigor. He now recognizes success prospects to which he had previously been blind. He now sees options that were previously meaningless to him. By simply exercising his mind, a man can alter not only himself, but also his surroundings, conditions, and circumstances. The thoughts of success with which he is imbued radiate to those around him, and they in turn assist him in moving forward and upward. He also attracts new and successful associates, which changes his environment. You have to notice, that a fresh day is just beginning. That there are so many amazing, fascinating, and unending possibilities that they are nearly mind-boggling. A full army armed with the weapons of war in use at the time could have been destroyed a century ago by any individual with an airplane or even a Gatling rifle. So it is right now. Any man who is aware of the potential of contemporary metaphysics has an incredible advantage over the masses. The law of attraction is used by the creative mind. We are not to attempt to persuade others to act in accordance with our beliefs. Without the freedom of individual choice, we would be working according to the law of force, which is destructive by nature and the exact opposite of the law of attraction. A little thought will persuade you that the law of attraction is the underlying principle and that all the great natural laws operate silently. Only violent processes, like earthquakes and natural disasters, use force. Nothing worthwhile is ever achieved in that manner. In order to be successful, focus must always be placed on the creative level and never on competition. You want to make something for yourself and are completely willing for everyone else to have it as well. You have no desire to take anything from anyone else. You are aware that there is plenty for everyone, and that it is not necessary to take from one person in order to give to another. Nature is an endless source of riches, and if there appears to be a shortage someplace, it is only because the means of distribution are still insufficient. Recognition of the law of abundance is a prerequisite for abundance. Not only is mind the creator of everything, but it is also the only creator. Without first being aware that it is possible and putting forth the necessary effort, nothing can unquestionably be created. The amount of electricity in the globe hasn't changed in 50 years, but until someone understood the law by which it might be put to use, we weren't able to benefit from it. Since the law has been understood, it essentially sheds light on the entire world. The same is true of the law of abundance. Only those who understand it and live in accordance with it are able to profit from it. The development of certain mental and moral traits, such as courage, loyalty, tact, sagacity, individuality, and constructiveness, is facilitated by an understanding of the law of abundance. These are all different types of thought, and because all thought is creative, it manifests in the world in ways that are related to how we think. This must be the case because a person's capacity for thought determines his capacity to influence the universal mind and bring about its manifestation. It is the procedure by which the person turns into a conduit for the universal's differentiation. Every action has a cause, just as every state has a consequence. This idea gives the person seemingly transcendental possibilities, one of which is the ability to control circumstances by creating and seizing opportunities. This opportunity's formation presupposes the existence or development of the requisite traits or abilities that act as thought forces and produce a sense of power that current events are powerless to sway. The responsive harmonic activity that connects us to the goals and objects we pursue is made up of this organization of victory or success within the mind, this awareness of our own strength. The law of attraction is this. Since this legislation belongs to everyone, anyone who has enough knowledge of how it works can use it. The love of mental confrontation is a manifestation of the power of the intellect, which is courage. It is a high and honorable sentiment. It is equally suited for both leading and following. Both require guts. It frequently has a tendency to hide. There are men and women who appear to exist solely to please others, but when the time comes and the latent will is revealed, we find that there is, without a doubt, an iron hand and a velvet glove below. True courage is never foolish, argumentative, bad-tempered, or combative. Rather, it is serene, quiet, and collected. The ability to save and retain a portion of the supply that we are always receiving allows us to take advantage of the bigger possibilities that will present themselves once we are prepared for them. Hasn't the phrase "to him that hath shall be given" been said? All successful businessmen have a strong grasp of this trait. The late James J. Hill, who left behind an estate worth over $52 million, once said, "If you want to know whether you are destined to be a success or failure in life, you can easily find out. The test is simple and it is infallible. Are you able to save money? If not, drop out. You will lose. You may think not, but you will lose as sure as you live. The seed of success is not in you." This is excellent advice up to a point. First of all, he had nothing to work with. To visualize the massive train that he envisioned running through the western grasslands, he had to utilize his imagination. Then, in order to give the means and techniques for making the law of abundance materialize, he had to come to a recognition of it. He would never have had anything to save if he hadn't followed the instructions in this application. The accumulation of momentum. It just takes a short while for the action and reaction to build up an irresistible momentum, because the more you accumulate, the more you crave, and the more you desire, the more you accumulate. However, it must never be confused with egotism, frugalness, or penury. They are perverts and will prevent any real advancement. The mind's creative instinct is its capacity for construction. Every successful businessman needs to be able to plan, create, or build, as is obvious. It is not enough to follow the crowd, or, as it is known in the business world, initiative. New concepts and procedures must be created. It takes the form of construction, design, planning, invention, research, and improvement. It is a very valuable quality that needs to be regularly improved, because he is a center of consciousness in that limitless, eternal energy that all things flow from. Every person has it to some extent. Water can appear as ice water or steam on any of the three manifest planes. The compounds are all the same. Only the temperature is different. But no one would try to run an engine on ice, turn it into steam, and it can easily handle the load. In order for your energy to act on the creative plane, you must first melt the ice with the fire of your imagination. The more ice you melt, the stronger the fire, the more potent your thought will be, and the simpler it will be for you to manifest your desire. The capacity to recognize and adhere to natural law is sagacity. It is the result of that profound understanding that enables one to go into the core of things and comprehend how to set causes into action that will inevitably generate successful conditions. True sagacity avoids trickery and deceit as it would leprosy. The use of tact is a very subtle yet crucial component of successful commercial operations. It closely resembles intuition. One must have a keen sense of judgment and the ability to decide on their own what to say or do in order to be tactful. Tact permits one to foresee what is about to happen and assess the outcome of acts. To be tactful, one must possess sympathy and understanding, the comprehension that is so uncommon, for all men see, hear, and feel. But how pathetically few understand. Since these qualities are now inevitably required as the price of success, tact allows us to recognize them when they are there. One of the strongest threads that bind persons of character and strength is loyalty. It is a rule that can never be flouted without consequence. A person would never run out of friends if he would sooner lose his right hand than betray a buddy. The guy will discover himself connected with a cosmic power that will only draw favorable circumstances if he stands in silent watch beside the shrine of confidence or friendship of those who permitted him to enter, even to the point of death if necessary. It is impossible for such a person to experience any form of lack. Individuality is the capacity to realize our own untapped potential, to live by our own rules, and to be more concerned with the race than the end result. Strong men don't give a damn about the herd of copycats that trots along behind them with complacency. They find no joy in merely organizing enormous crowds or winning the approval of the crowd. This appeals exclusively to small-minded people with little intelligence. The power within manifesting itself exalts individuality more than the servility of the weak. The ability to develop and express one's individuality, a true strength that is inherently present in everyone, allows one to take on the responsibility of choosing his own path rather than following some self-assured beacon. Inspiration is the art of taking in, the art of self-realization, the art of adjusting one's mind to the universal mind, the art of attaching the right mechanism to the source of all power, the art of transforming the formless into form, the art of becoming a conduit for the flow of infinite wisdom, the art of visualizing perfection, and the art of realizing the omnipresence of omnipotence. The necessary precondition for all happiness is truth. There is no other satisfaction like the satisfaction of knowing the truth and standing firmly in it. Truth is the fundamental reality and the precondition for any productive economic venture or interpersonal relationship. While the humblest mind can accurately predict the outcome of every right action, the greatest, most profound, and most penetrating mind loses its way hopelessly and can form no conception of the result due to a departure from right principles. Therefore, every action that is not in harmony with truth, whether through ignorance or design, cuts the ground from under our feet, leads to discord, inevitable loss, and confusion. It only remains for people to occasionally perform the actions that the freshly awakened thinking force will guide once they have developed within themselves the necessary components of actual success. This is where the magical secret of all power lies. Less than 10% of our brain activities are conscious. The remaining 90% are subconscious and unconscious. Therefore, a person who relies solely on conscious cognition is only 10% as effective. Those that have access to this larger reservoir of mental richness are the ones who are making worthwhile progress. Great truths are concealed in the vast territory of the subconscious mind, and it is in this place that thought discovers its creative power, the capacity to correlate with its object and make the invisible visible. The idea that electricity must constantly move from a higher to a lower potentiality is well known to those who are familiar with the laws of electricity. As a result, they are free to apply the power however they see fit. Those who are unfamiliar with this law, as well as the laws governing the mental world, are powerless to change anything. The law can be used by those who comprehend that mind permeates everything, is ubiquitous, and is receptive to every demand. Uneducated people cannot use the law since they do not grasp it. The results of this knowledge are like a divine gift. The truth is what sets men free. Free from sadness, anxiety, and care, in addition to being devoid of every deficiency and restriction. Is it not amazing to understand that this law does not regard individuals, that it is irrelevant what your thought patterns may be, and that the path has been prepared? It will become clear that this mental power is the greatest fact in the world, the cure for every ailment, the answer to every problem, and the fulfillment of every desire. Once it is realized that it controls and directs every other power that exists, that it can be developed and nurtured, and that there is no restriction that can be placed on its activity. In actuality, it is the glorious gift of the Creator for the liberation of mankind. Chapter 3. The Master Mind. Great men or masters stand like lone towers in the eternal city, and secret passages running deeply beneath external nature give their thoughts conversation with high intelligence, strengthening and controlling them, and of which the workers on the surface do not even dream. The master mind permeates both your body and spirit from within. It is every one of us as grand man or God man. All humans share this characteristic, which is known as the I am. A master is someone who is not subject to the devil, others, or the rule of flesh and blood. He is a ruler, not a subject. He is free and cannot be controlled by anyone because he knows and knows that he knows. You have your face toward the 8 and are progressing up and upward when you reach the stage where you are steadily dominating, overcoming, and adorning your intellect with more and more information. Law ceases to be your lord and becomes your servant. When you express your thought or word with the necessary amount of faith, will, and mental imagery, it will accomplish whatever it is intended to. Or, to put it another way, the creative law rushes to carry out your promise. High-tension power is a direct connection to spiritual power, and just as in the electrical world, it must be reduced to a lower tension to be of practical, mechanical value. So this high-tension power in man must be transformed and reduced in the soul, or subconscious mind, in order to be of usefulness in the business world. By exercising self-discipline, self-control, and self-directed effort, we become masters. The desire for the unknown and hidden information ought to be so intense that we would almost gladly accept death in order to attain it. In no way should the idols of tradition, custom, and respectability be permitted to obstruct or hinder the way. Every person who has attained mastery had to reach the point where he dared to reject the perception, assessment, and logic of the outside world. A learner submits to a wise person's instruction in the tale. The teacher appeared casual and apathetic in his efforts to advance the pupil. The learner protested to the wise man that he was not receiving instruction. "Well, young fellow, follow me," said the sage, and took him across the hills, through the valleys and meadows, and out into a lake into the deep seas. The wise man then submerged the pupil in water and kept him there until all of the boy's other wishes were merged into the one supreme desire, which was air. Gold, riches, honor, fortune, and fame no longer mattered to him. When the young man was finally on the verge of passing out from lack of air, the wise man hauled him up and asked, "Young man, what did you want most when you were under the water?" The young man replied, "Air, air, air," to which his instructor replied, "When you want wisdom as badly as you wanted air, you will get it." So the first requirement for becoming a mastermind is intense desire. People who sought deeply and unceasingly are those who have left their mark on the world, those who have reached the highest levels. People who lack strength and soul-deep intensity in their quest can never achieve mastery or the heights. Chemicals are drawn to and drawn away from one another based solely on their intelligence and polarity, or what humans may refer to as love and hatred. Just thus, the mind might function as a magnet to draw success, or a magnet to draw failure. The way you alter your consciousness determines how much money your mind attracts. When it is a money magnet, it appears that every transaction is profitable. The ability to effectively translate one's interior worth into one's external consciousness and action determines a person's commercial worth. To put it another way, the outer gold is drawn to the inner gold. The outer value is drawn to the inner value. A man who is aware of his worth and possesses the corresponding knowledge will always find a position. Someone stated, "Sublime is the dominion of the mind over the body, which for a time can make flesh and nerve impregnable and strong sinews like steel, so that the weak become mighty. For a well-regulated mind sees all things as they should be seen, appraises them at their proper value, turns them to its own advantage, and adheres firmly to its own opinions, as it knows all their force and weight. There are laws that, if broken, will weaken or stop what would otherwise result in a strong intellect from developing. These laws, when followed and obeyed, guard against weakness and foster, and exhibit the mental trait known as power. Don't let anyone take control of your thoughts. Many people are reluctant to speak out about their personal beliefs and opinions for fear that a friend, neighbor, or family member would object or disagree. Repression prevents something from developing greatly or strongly. This is suppression. Expression governs growth. The mind is always stifled and kept from becoming empowered by the shyness that forbids you from thinking along forbidden pathways of thought. Long periods of deliberation between opposing viewpoints hinder the development of a strong mind. Dare to venture forth into the world of idea. Dare to think boldly and thoroughly since, like muscles, the mind gets stronger with usage. Due to a lack of initiative, greatness is dormant and unspoken in the hearts of thousands of men and women. Because of fear, there is a lack of action. Fear results from the conviction that both good and evil energies exist in reality. And the person whose greatness is still developing in the womb of his soul believes more strongly in the strength of evil than in the force of good. As a result of this dread, he is afraid to follow his soul's calling and forfeits the opportunity to win the title of conqueror. He is already overpowered by his inability to take action. Fear is the main demon in this sense. It is the root and origin of all poverty, sadness, illness, and crime. Any human being should feel and believe that he can always have enough of anything good, and that he is already on the road to success. According to material scientists, there is no such thing as destroyed matter. Its shape may alter, and it may become invisible, yet it still exists. The planet would weigh exactly the same after as it did before, if every ton of combustible material were devoured by fire, demonstrating that nothing can be destroyed. Although the form has changed, the substance is still present in various forms. This in and of itself is proof that matter is unending and unbreakable. We know that it must also be true that the invisible can be made visible if tons of visible material can be disintegrated by fire and floated out into the atmosphere, becoming invisible. The large nitrate plants are currently demonstrating this. They are condensing and crystallizing atmospheric nitrogen through electrical vibration, but it is still up to the creative mind to draw the meals that we are currently cultivating from the ground from the atmosphere. The creators and discoverers whose names are recorded in the Hall of Fame are those who can think deeply and extensively enough about the unexplored spheres of knowledge and law in relation to electricity and other ethereal forces. These guys must be fearless, unaffected and unmoved by mockery and criticism, and men whose minds are set and oriented on one lofty goal. Such men never give up, no matter what others may think or say. This is initiative, and initiative is what transforms ideals into reality. Everything is possible for the person who thinks that anything is possible. Such a believer follows a master's way. His path is illuminated by inspiration, which directs his steps, keeps him out of danger and obstacles, and guides him triumphantly to the summit of success. Almost everyone who has reached adulthood has gone through a variety of manifestations and experiences that have shown him that he has a mind that is aware of and discloses truths and occurrences that are outside the realm of the ordinary concept or intellectual plane of mind. The still small voice, or an intense prescient dream or vision, are two examples of these manifestations. This is especially true for successful businessmen who act in accordance with their inner voice or gut instinct, rather than according to appearances or external judgments, no matter how favorable these judgments may seem to the reasoning mind at the time. These feelings are your inner voice telling you that greater information and wisdom are reaching your conscious mind from an unidentified source. The same mind, whether from antiquity or modernity, spoke through all the great masters. These events, as well as this voice, originate from the third dimension of consciousness. At times, yes. In the new psychology, it is called superconsciousness, or the sixth sense. This supermind guards you since it is aware of your threats. Usually, there is no justification for this protection. This supermind is also aware of images of abundance and serenity, such as rolling hills and placid lakes. Without this counselor and guide, he would be overtaken by perils, pointless efforts, and experiences. Instead, it guides the receptive learner who listens in the silence to its wisdom and offers him possibilities. Because Solomon, the greatest banker among the Israelite kings, had this superconsciousness linked to his outer awareness, it successfully manifested in his personal, regal, and financial matters, making him the most prosperous and illustrious ruler in the house of Israel. Sometimes, all of our other options for action or advancement become closed to us. And when we move into the one remaining option, we find success. Success that might have been ours much sooner if we had only been aware of the voice of the silence. When you have achieved a state of unity with the superconscious mind, you are equipped with a revealer that quietly reveals to you the true nature and intentions of everyone you come into contact with. You are given enough information about the wolf in sheep's clothing, the devil dressed as an angel, and the fox dressed as a friendly puppy to make you cautious. This all-knowing mind actually takes on the roles of a guide, an advocate, and a counselor. Your intuition or inner voice will guide you wisely. Additionally, it will alert you and help you escape whenever necessary. You must set aside periods of time for silence, isolation, or quietness, in which you must not allow any interruptions if you want this to happen. In order for the supermind to manifest and energize, enlighten, and clarify the outer levels of conscious mind, every muscle should be relaxed, and the mind should be completely disengaged from all external things and given to a receptive attitude. Having a specific time or times each day for this silence is a wonderful habit. Other opportunities for silence could include a few minutes at your desk, in your living room, or when on the bus or train. If nothing great happens in the silence, do not be disheartened. Usually, these beautiful things happen after the silence, not during it. Don't think for yourself. Instead, let the Infinite One think for you and through you. When thoughts first start to flow, they might not be very accurate or clear. Listen only. As the train of thought continues, it becomes clearer, and in a short while, you will be getting knowledge that will benefit your life and career. You can be certain that a conscious thought is being recorded if you don't seem to have any at all. When necessary, the subconscious mind will be brought into the conscious mind. You become enlightened and inspired in the silence, and stop being an experimenter or speculator on the road of life. Your experiences in the stillness will be of a kind relevant to your development and evolution. Some people will have fruitful ideas and plans, while others may feel compelled to act or refrain from acting upon their thoughts. The objective and goal of the quiet is to establish a link with the vast repository of knowledge and to allow yourself to be magnetically charged in accordance with your individual needs, much like how you would charge an electrical storage battery. So, when you are running low on knowledge, vitality, or tact, enter the silence and refuel. By doing this, you are giving yourself a power boost so that you can return to the corporate world fully charged. This is how you can advance triumphantly. Few people ever discover the road that actually leads to the Holy Grail. It is a hidden path. The entranceway is hidden. The unfocused, thoughtless, and shiftless mind ignores it. The entrance is found by those who cultivate silence. They accomplish their aim. A razor blade's incredibly fine edge gives it penetrating force. When moving through and between the molecules of a substance, it encounters little resistance. The focused mind is one-pointed, keen, and penetrating, and discovers a solution to challenging issues. As a result, it dissolves and disintegrates the seemingly insurmountable. By setting aside a brief period of time each day for solitary meditation in his place of work, some perplexed businessmen have turned the tide of failure into prosperity. This serves two purposes. It aligns him with the universal law and activates the law of attraction, which functions as a magnet in a similar way to how honey in a bloom attracts a honeybee. The university of the master mind is the silence. All knowledgeable men have learned their wisdom from this place. The greatest teacher of all teachers instructs the devotee in this place. Just as the opening of the blossom draws the splendor of the lily, which is concealed within the bud, to the surface, perfect stillness brings forth the hidden glory. In other words, self-faith and the use of silence enable the wisdom and power that lie dormant within man to be brought into expression, or bloom. That is genuine education. The Latin root of the term education, adductio, meaning to draw out from within. You will achieve results far more quickly if you make it a point to enjoy the stillness as much as you would a visit with a very close friend. The mindset should be one of sincere desire, care, and resolve. Choose your greatest want first in order to achieve the best outcome. Then pay attention to that. Confirm that it is possible to achieve. Declare that the forces of heaven and earth are at your side. The indwelling mind works with you, keeps an eye on you, and directs your thoughts, decisions, and actions, so be aware that you are not alone. Be silent and let your muscles relax. Think about the limitless resources you have at your disposal. Great captains of industry rarely have close friends. They are aware that great ideas, great deeds, and tremendous accomplishments are conceived in silence. Chapter 4. The Law of Attraction. We have found that intentional, methodical thought for a purpose matures that purpose into a fixed shape, allowing us to be completely certain of the outcome of our dynamic experiment. Franz Larimer Warner. A living stream of relative activity in which the fundamental principle is ever functioning. Attraction is the force that sweeps through all of eternity. It is a movement that includes the past and carries it into the ever-expanding future. It is a movement in which relative action, cause and effect go hand in hand, in which law dovetails into law, and in which all laws are the obedient servants of this great creative force. This power extends past the farthest planets, past a beginning, past an end, and on into an unending and beginningless eternity. It gives shape and form to the objects we perceive. It brings sweetness from the honey and fruit from the blossom. It calculates the orb's collective sweep. It hides in the amethyst, the grape, and the shine of the diamond. It operates in both the visible and invisible realms and penetrates everything. Perfect balance, perfect development, and perfect comprehension are brought about by its ongoing action, which is the wellspring of perfect justice, unity, harmony, and truth. Perfect justice results in equitable punishment. It has perfect unity because its goals are all the same. Perfect harmony since all rules merge together in it. Perfect truth given that it is the sole universal truth. Because it measures accurately, it has perfect equilibrium. It is a perfect growth because it occurs naturally. Perfect comprehension since it offers solutions to all of life's issues. The reality of this law resides in its activity, since it can only exist through action and perpetual change, and it can only end via inaction because there can never be any stoppage. This law has a single, unalterable goal. It advances constantly toward the accomplishment of its one major goal: perfect harmony, in the stillness of the night, in the splendor of the light, in the upheaval of activity, and in the suffering of reaction. Although all plant kinds are soaked in the same waters and are inhaled by the same air, each variety nonetheless maintains its unique identity. We see and feel this need in the countless and countless plant forms on hills and in dales as they emerge from the same darkness into one light. In contrast to the violet, which is always a violet, the rose is always a rose. The world gets the oak from the acorn, never the willow or any other type of tree. Despite the fact that all trees send out roots into the same soil and bloom in the same sunshine. Some are weaker than others. Some are stronger. Some are bitter than others, while others are more aesthetically pleasing than others. As a result, the characteristics that set one variety apart from the others are drawn to themselves from the same sources as their own roots. And this law of attraction, which bears forward in silent grandeur, bringing all things to fruition, dictating nothing but ensuring that each unit of growth is true to its own unique nature, is the great law of life. This persistent urge, this secret force in the plant forcing it to manifest, to grow, and to reach. It is the cohesiveness of the rock, sand, and clay in the mineral world. It is the blood in the ruby, the sparkle in the sapphire, the beauty in the marble, and the strength in the granite. We observe it acting in this way in the things that are visible, but its invisible power, which acts on the human mind, is stronger. This law of attraction is neither morally upright nor immoral, good or bad. It is a fair legislation that consistently works in harmony with the aspirations of the individual. We each choose our own path for development, and there are as many paths as there are people. While no two people develop in exactly the same way, many do. These lines of growth are made up of past, present, and future wants that become manifest in the ever-evolving present and serve to define the main axis of our existence along which we progress. Since its purpose is to bring both the sweet and the bitter to maturity, the nature of these wants is unable to stop this action. The grafting of an apple tree bud into a wild crab tree, where we eventually find eatable and uneatable fruits growing together on the same tree, serves as an illustration of the neutrality and action of this law. That is, the same sap feeds and matures both healthy and unhealthy fruits. When we apply this analogy to ourselves, we discover that the cultured apples and the wild crabs stand in for our various wants, and that the sap is the law of growth. This law will bring our many goals to fruition in the same way that the sap brings various fruit varieties to maturity. Whether they are healthy or unhealthy, it doesn't matter to the law, because its role in life is to make us aware of the consequences of all our desires, along with their nature, effect, and purpose. Man's division of the law introduces us to a bigger activity that the primitive mind is completely unaware of, which causes us to become conscious of the waking of a newer force in a wider field of action. Or, to put it another way, a wider truth, a deeper comprehension, and a more profound insight. We are in contact with a bigger reality because, let us remember, activity is where reality exists, and not somewhere else. Existence is being conscious of how the rules around us are being applied. The plant's true nature is within its hidden desire, not in its outward appearance. While we acquire true knowledge by our own endeavors, we acquire borrowed information through the endeavors of others. Both work together to advance our minds. And gradually, as an individualizing entity, we are developing a distinct self. We are learning to seek the wherefore and why of things as we expand the power of our developing intellects into an ever-moving consciousness. And in doing so, we mistakenly believe that we are original when, in reality, we are merely students of established beliefs, notions, and facts accumulated over generations of tribal and national life. Until we discover and apply the constant uniformity underlying all rules, we will continue to live in a state of fear and uncertainty. Before we can master either ourselves or our circumstances, this is the fundamental fact that we need to understand and put to use. Collectively, the law of growth matures because it has only one purpose: to act upon that which we give it to act upon. Similar to how the cause's characteristics determine the consequence, thoughts precede and guide behavior. This law must be applied by each person actively and knowingly, else we apply it mindlessly. We must use it. There are three apparent divisions or parts in human development from prehistoric man to conscious man. First, our development via the primitive or unconscious state, followed by our development through the intellectual and conscious state of development, and last, our development into and conscious awareness of our conscious state. We all understand that a bulb must first produce roots before it can produce shoots, and that it must first produce shoots before it can eventually come to bloom in the sunlight. It is true for us. Like the plant, before we may progress from our incipient or animal bulb-like form into the intellectual and conscious growing state, we must first put out roots. Our roots are our thoughts. Before we may progress from a simply intellectual state of conscious, growing into a conscious state of conscious knowing, we must, like the plant, produce branches. Otherwise, we would always be merely law's creatures and never its rulers. Finally, just like the plant, we must individualize and reach our maximum potential. To put it another way, we must radiate the beauty of a great existence. We must be acknowledged by both ourselves and others as a source of strength and as the master of the laws that direct and regulate our development. Each person possesses a force, which is the application of law that we have set into motion. We start to grasp laws and produce results through our conscious understanding of how they work because of this consciousness. We are the conscious or unconscious chemists of our own lives, which rigidly conform to laws. because it is discovered that life is composed of chemical action when it is properly comprehended. Chemical action occurs in our blood as we breathe in oxygen, in our digestive organs as we consume food and water, in our use of thought, in both the mind and the body, and in the change known as death. Chemical action occurs and disintegration begins, so we discover that physical existence is chemical action. Life is governed by laws, and we achieve our goals when we apply these laws. When we think about distress, we experience distress. When we think of achievement, we experience success. When we think negatively, we set in motion a chemical reaction that inhibits digestion, which in turn irritates other bodily organs and responds to the mind by creating disease and illness. When we worry, we stir up a muck of chemical activity that wreaks havoc on the body and psyche. On the other side, if we think positively, we trigger a beneficial chemical reaction. When we entertain negative thoughts, we activate a poisonous chemical activity of a dissolving nature that dulls our senses and inhibits nerve activity, turning the mind and body negative and making us susceptible to numerous illnesses. On the other side, if we think positively, we activate a beneficial chemical process that frees the body and mind from the numerous ailments brought on by negative ideas. These analyses can be applied to every aspect of life, but enough evidence already exists to suggest that most of what happens in life is a chemical reaction, that the mind serves as the chemical laboratory of thought, and that we are the chemists working in the workshop of mental action, where everything is set up for our use and where the quality of the final product is inversely correlated with the quality of the raw materials. In other words, the types of circumstances and experiences we encounter depend on the type of thought we are using. Nothing more or less than what we put into life will come out of it. The law of attraction governs the orderly progression of life. Our development occurs in three apparent phases. We are users of law in the first, creators of law in the second, and masters of law in the third. In the first, we use thought power unconsciously. In the second, we use thought power consciously. And in the third, we utilize conscious power consciously. We are held captive by the laws of the first part as long as we continue to apply solely those laws. We won't be aware of a greater advancement as long as we are content with the rules and development of the second segment. In the third segment, we completely awaken to the laws regulating the third and become cognizant of our influence over the laws guiding the first and second portions. Life is not a question of chance, creed, nationality, social status, riches, or power when it is properly understood. It is also not a question of power or wealth either. No, each of them has a role to play in the development of the individual. But finally, we must realize that harmony can only occur through abiding by natural law. Our greatest asset is the strict exactness and stability of law, and when we become aware of this power and use it wisely, we will have discovered the truth that will set us free. Recently, science has made such vast discoveries, revealed such an infinite amount of resources, revealed such enormous possibilities, and revealed such unsuspected forces that scientific men are becoming more and more hesitant to affirm certain theories as established and undeniably true, or to reject other theories as absurd or impractical. A new civilization is thus emerging. Vision, faith, and service are taking the place of traditions, creeds, and cruelty. Humanity is being freed from the chains of tradition, and as the dross of militarism and consumerism is consumed, thought is being emancipated, and truth is rising full ribbed in front of a bewildered crowd. The prospect of the rule of thought, which is another word for the rule of spirit, has only just begun to dawn on us. We have only recently started to grasp the potential benefits of this recently found power. Thousands are starting to comprehend its potential and start using it to succeed in the affairs of this planet. A new consciousness, a new power, and a new understanding of one's own resources are about to sweep the entire planet. The most amazing technological advancements ever occurred within the past century. May the coming century bring about the greatest advancements in mental and spiritual strength. Chapter 5. The Universal Mind. The neurological system connects matter and spirit, our consciousness and the cosmic consciousness, making it the instrument of the universal mind. It is also the gateway to infinite power because it is made of matter and has mind as its energy. Every bodily function, every nervous system impulse, every thought uses up nervous energy. The cerebrospinal and sympathetic nervous systems are both controlled by nervous energy that is similar in kind, and the two systems are so intertwined that their impulses can be sent from one to the other. The nervous system can be compared to a telegraph system, with the nerve cells serving as the batteries and the fibers as the wires. Unlike the batteries, which produce electricity, the nerve cells do not produce nervous energy. Rather, they transform it into a form that the fibers can carry, which is not a physical wave like electricity, light, or sound. The mind can only have flawless expression when the instrument through which it functions is in order, much like how a piano and its performer are related. The brain, which is the cerebrospinal nervous system's organ, and the solar plexus, which is the sympathetic nervous system's organ, represent the voluntary and conscious and the subconscious, respectively. The underdeveloped awareness of a baby or the suppressed consciousness of an idiot cannot possess. It is through the cerebrospinal nervous system and the brain that we become cognizant of possessions. Hence, all possession has its genesis in consciousness. Knowledge is acquired through observation, experience, and reflection. We become conscious of these possessions by the mind so that we recognize that possession is based on consciousness. This consciousness we designate the world within, while those possessions of form that we acquire are of the world without. The mental condition, consciousness, increases in direct proportion to our acquisition of knowledge. What we do depends on what we are. What we are is the result of what we habitually think. Before we can do, we must be. Before we can be, we must be. Mind manifests itself as thoughts, mental pictures, words, and actions. Thought is therefore creative. Our ability to use thought to create the conditions, surroundings, and other experiences of life depends upon our habit of thinking. When we comprehend that we have this, and can direct it and operate on the forces and forms in the objective world, we will have conducted our first experiment in mental chemistry. There are only two things in the universe: force and form. It is the creative power of thought in its perfect expression. The universal mind is all consciousness, all power, and is everywhere present. It is essentially the same at every point of its presence. All mind is one mind. This explains the order and harmony of the universe. The universal mind is the substance of all force and form, the reality that underlies all. In accordance with fixed laws, from itself and by itself, is all brought into being and sustained. Though we are making a distinction between the conscious and subconscious minds, such a distinction does not really exist. However, this arrangement will be found convenient. All mind is one mind. In all phases of the mental life, there is an indivisible unity, and on the level of the subconscious mind, there is an indivisible unity, and on the level of the conscious mind, there is an indivisible unity. In the subconscious are stored up the observations and experiences of life that have come to it through the conscious mind. It is the storehouse of memory. The subconscious mind is a great seed plot in which thoughts have been dropped, or experiences conveyed by observation, or happenings planted to come up again into consciousness with the fruitage. The subconscious mind connects us with the universal mind, and thus we are brought into direct relationship with all power. It is difficult to be conscious of something without thinking about it. Consciousness and thought are connected. Thought is the external expression of power, while thought is the inner. By the miracle of thought, we have quickened water into vapor to bear the burdens and move the commerce of the world. We have called into existence floating palaces that plow the highways of the deep. We have triumphed in our conquest of the air. Although we have moored in the silver archipelago of the Milky Way, we have conquered it. The attitude of mankind toward the universal mind will be illustrated by the situation of two electric wires that are in close proximity, the first carrying a heavier load of electricity than the second, and the second receiving by induction some current from the first. When we become conscious of power, we become a live wire. Because by consciousness we are connected with the power, and in proportion to our ability to use power, we are able to meet the various situations that arise in life. If the second wire were connected to the first, it would become charged with as much electricity as it could carry. Because the universal mind is the source of all power and all form, and because we are the means by which this power is being manifested, we have unbounded power, unbounded possibilities, all under the control of our own thought. And because of these powers, and because we are in living union with the universal mind, we have the ability to adjust or control every experience that may befall us. Since the universal mind is limitless, the more we comprehend our unity with it, the less aware we will be of any restrictions or deficiency, and the more aware we will be of our own strength. A stick of clay and a stick of dynamite of equal weight contain roughly the same amount of energy, but in the one, it is readily set free, whereas in the other, we have not yet learned how to release it. The universal mind is the same at every point of its presence, whether in the infinitely large or the infinitely small. The difference in the power relatively manifested lies in the ability of expression. We must first create the necessary conditions in our consciousness before we can express them to the subconscious, either in the silence or through repetition. Conditions in our lives and in our surroundings are merely reflections of our dominant thoughts, so the importance of correct thinking cannot be overstated. Having eyes and seeing not, having ears and hearing not, neither do they understand, is another way of expressing the truth, that without consciousness there can be no apprehension. The primary definition of character is an engraved mark, as on a seal, and means the peculiar qualities impressed by nature or habit on a person, which separate the person possessing them from all others. Character has an outward and an inward expression, with the inward being purpose and the outward ability. When thought constructively, these tendencies are created in the subconsciousness and manifest as character. Our purpose and our ability determine our experiences in life, so it's crucial that they are in balance. When the former is greater than the latter, the dreamer is produced. When ability is greater than purpose. According to the law of attraction, our experiences are influenced by our mental attitude, because like attracts like, and both character and mental attitude act and react on one another. Despite the fact that chance, fate, luck, and destiny appear to be blind forces at work behind every encounter, every experience is instead regulated by immutable principles that may be manipulated to create the outcomes we want. As matter is known to us by its outside appearances, we shall name it as form. Since matter is known to us by its exterior appearances, we shall designate it as form. Form can be divided into four categories: that which possesses form alone, or the inorganic, such as marble or iron; that which is living, or the organic, such as plants and generally speaking the vegetable world; that which has both sensation and voluntary motion, such as animals; and that which, in addition to sensation and voluntary motion, is conscious of its own being and its possessions, such as man. Every effective commercial relationship or social circumstance is underpinned by the fundamental idea that there is a distinction between the subjective and objective worlds, or between the worlds inside and outside of oneself. The world revolves around you, the center of it. Matter, organized life, people, thoughts, sounds, light, and other vibrations, the universe itself with its untold millions of phenomena, all sending out vibrations toward you. Vibrations of light, sound, touch, loudness, softness, love, hate, of thoughts good and bad, wise and unwise, true and untrue. By the smallest, as well as by the greatest, the vibrations are directed toward you, your ego. How is it that some of these vibrations or forces have passed you by and have not been received in your world within, while others are vital to your health, your strength, your success, and your happiness? We are just starting to realize what a wonderful machine the human brain is, says Luther Burbank. Until yesterday, we were outside, but now we stand at the verge of knowing. Unaware for probably millions of years, the human species has been sending and receiving negative thoughts, while also suffering from them when they are received and causing them when they are transmitted. The radio, despite being a very basic device in comparison to the brain, is assisting us in comprehending what the brain is capable of and is now doing. Since we all transmit every time we think, it is evident that the jamming in wavelength belts used by radio transmitters is as nothing compared with the din made by 1.5 billion human brains. Those who are familiar with the radio know what jamming means: the crowding into a narrow wave belt of a great many sending stations, all operating at once. Since everyone is simultaneously broadcasting, it follows that the ether must be a sounding chamber where every type of human thinking is crammed. The weaker vibrations must be overpowered by the stronger ones, because we do not transmit with the same strength. Weak ideas must soon come to nothing, but powerful ones may travel the world for who knows what. However, it makes sense to think that even if individual human transmitters are not very potent senders, millions of shared thoughts could, due to their similar character, swell into a massive chorus. If we use the term consciousness broadly, we can define it as the ongoing interaction between the objective and the subjective, which occurs whether we are awake or asleep. Sensing or emotion leads to consciousness. There are 3 distinct stages of awareness that are simple to distinguish from one another. 1. Simple consciousness, a quality shared by all creatures, is the awareness that we are where we are, and that we are able to detect a variety of objects, as well as numerous environments and conditions. 2. Self-awareness, which all humans possess, with the exception of children and people with mental disabilities, gives us the capacity for self-contemplation, or the ability to consider how the outside world affects our inner world, or how the self contemplates self. As a result, language has developed, with each word serving as a symbol for a particular idea or thought. 3. Cosmic consciousness, which is superior to both self-consciousness and simple consciousness, in the same way that sight is superior to hearing and touch, and a blind man cannot perceive true color, regardless of how keen his hearing or how sensitive his touch is. A deaf person cannot comprehend the value of music via his senses of sight or touch, just as a hearing person cannot comprehend the worth of music through his sense of simple consciousness or self-consciousness. All types of consciousness are a part of cosmic consciousness, which transcends time and space, because these concepts don't exist outside of the human body and the material universe. According to the unchangeable law of consciousness, power develops in the subjective realm in proportion to the degree to which consciousness does, and its expression in the objective realm follows. All vibrations in harmony with the ego's well-being are caught and employed, and cosmic consciousness is the outcome of creating the conditions required for the universal mind to work in the desired direction. By using intuition, the mind rapidly detects the agreement or disagreement between 2 thoughts, and the ego always does this to recognize truth. Intuition is when the truth is directly perceived or becomes a part of consciousness, without the traditional process of reasoning or observation. Therefore, intuition is a different stage of the universal mind that exposes truth as realities of consciousness. Through intuition, the mind transforms information into wisdom, experience into success, and brings into the world within the things that have been waiting for us in the world beyond. Chapter 6. The Conscious Mind. In comparison to the riches that is generated every 8 hours by current business concepts, all of the lost mines of Mexico, all of the argosies that have ever sailed from the Indies, and all of the gold and silver-laden ships of the treasure fleets held in Spain, are worth less than a beggar's dole. Opportunity always comes after perception. Inspiration comes after action. Knowledge comes after growth, and advancement comes from the environment. This process transforms the mind into the limitless potential of character and success. 2% of the U.S. population are responsible for the country's advancement. That is to say, the invention of 2% of the population is responsible for all of our railroads, telephones, cars, autos, libraries, newspapers, and 1,000 other essentials. Naturally, the same 2% also make up the wealthiest in our nation. Who are these millionaires, creative geniuses, capable, energetic persons to whom we owe nearly all the advantages of civilization? Only 5% of them were the sons of bankers. The rest were teachers, doctors, and rural lawyers. Of those, 35% were the sons of poor preachers who had never made more than $1,500 per year. We are consequently interested in learning why 2% of people manage to acquire everything desirable in life, while 98% live in constant need. The cosmos is ordered by law, so we are certain that this is not a matter of chance. Law controls the sun, stars, and planets in solar systems. Every type of energy, light, heat, sound, and so on, is governed by law. Every tangible thing and every concept are governed by law. The planet is beautiful and abundant because of the law. So should we not be assured that it also controls how this bounty is distributed? As surely, positively, and unquestionably as health, growth, peace, or any other state of existence, financial matters are governed by law, and anyone can abide by it. Many people already follow this law without even realizing it, while others are actively doing so. To follow the law is to become one of the 2%. The 2% will soon become the 98% because of the new period, the Golden Age, and the industrial emancipation, which will cause the current circumstances to change. We are looking for the root reason when we seek the truth. We are aware that every human experience has a reason. Therefore, if we can identify the cause and determine that it is something we can consciously control, we will also have control over the effect or experience. Then the human experience won't be the football of fate. A man won't be the offspring of fortune. Instead, destiny, fate, and fortune will be as easily managed as a captain controls a ship or a train engineer his engine. Since everything may ultimately be reduced to the same thing, everything must always be in relationship with everything else, and can never be in conflict with anything else. There are countless contrasts in the physical world, and for convenience's sake, they can all be given separate names. All things have ends, surfaces, colors, shades, or dimensions. There are north and south poles, inside and outside, seen and unseen, and other such terms, but they only serve to contrast extremes. They serve as names for two distinct components or facets of the same quantity. The two extremes exist in relation to one another. They are not two distinct things, but rather two facets or portions of a single thing. The same law applies in the mental realm. We talk about knowledge and ignorance, yet ignorance is really a lack of knowledge. Therefore, it may be said that ignorance is just another word for ignorance. It has no inherent principles. In the moral realm, we speak of good and evil, yet upon closer examination, we see that these concepts are really relative. Activity is preceded and predetermined by thought. When this activity benefits both ourselves and others, we call the outcome good. We label a result as wicked if it hurts both ourselves and other people. The terms good and evil are thus discovered to be only words that have been created to denote the outcome of our acts, which are then the outcome of our ideas. Labor and capital are sometimes referred to as two separate and distinct groups in the industrial world, but in reality, wealth is a byproduct of labor, and labor unavoidably comprises all forms of industry, including the physical, intellectual, executive, and professional kinds. Everyone who earns their living entirely or in part from the fruits of their labor in the industrial world must be classified as labor. As a result, we discover that there is only one principle in the industrial world: labor or industry. Many people are sincerely and seriously working to resolve the current industrial and social disarray, and we frequently hear discussions about production, waste, efficiency, and occasionally, positive thinking. The idea that humanity is on the cusp of a new concept, that a new era is about to begin, and that a new epoch in world history is about to occur, is quickly spreading from mind to mind and altering conventional notions of man and his relationship to industry. We are aware that each condition has a cause, and that the same cause always yields the same consequence. What led to similar shifts in the way people thought about the world, including the Renaissance, Reformation, and Industrial Revolution? New knowledge is constantly being discovered and discussed. Man has begun to think about how competition is eliminated by the concentration of industry into companies and trusts, as well as the economies that follow. He realizes that competition is not necessary for advancement and wonders. What will be the outcome of the evolution that is taking place in the industrial world? Gradually, the thought emerges that the industrial world is about to be freed, a thought that is rapidly taking root in men's minds all over the world and is about to explode. This is the idea that is igniting humanity's excitement like never before. This is the concept that is concentrating power and energy, and that will dismantle any obstacles standing in the way of achieving its goals. It is at the door, and the door is open. It is not a vision of the future. It is a vision of the present. The spiritual nature of the person is his or her creative inclination. The universal creative principle is reflected in it. Therefore, it is innate and instinctual. It cannot be wiped out. It's only perverse, really. This creative need no longer manifests itself due to changes that have occurred in the industrial world. A man is denied of the greatest delight that can be experienced by an individual, the joy of producing achievement, because he is unable to build his own house, grow his own garden, or in any other way manage his own labor. As a result, this enormous force for good gets distorted and channeled in terrible ways. He tries to trash the creations of his more fortunate co-workers out of jealousy. Action is the product of thought. To change the nature of an action, we must first change the thinking, and the only way to change the concept is to replace the current chaotic mental state with a healthy mental attitude. It is obvious that the power of mind is the supreme force in the universe. It is the power that governs all other powers, and although only a select few have had access to it up until now, many people will soon have access to this priceless privilege. Those with imagination and vision will recognize the chance to harness this concept in a positive and innovative manner. They will promote and cultivate the spirit of intellectual exploration. If they succeed in awakening, nurturing, and directing the creative instinct, the world will soon witness an unprecedented industrial revival. In The Dearborn Independent, Henry Ford describes how the new age is about to begin. He claims, "The human race is currently straddling two time periods, the one in which using is losing, and the other in which not using is wasting. For a very long time, humanity has been aware that its carefree youth is somehow coming to an end. The lavishness of the provisions supplied by humanity's parent has appeared to be diminishing. That is, there has been a perception that as we consumed more of our resources, we had less left over. The saying, 'You can't have your cake and eat it too,' captures this sentiment. The time is coming when we won't be afraid of wasting our resources by using them, but rather of wasting them by not using them, because man has learned enough to plant and reap his supply, turning it into a recurring crop, rather than a slowly depleting original store of natural resources. The supply will be coming in at such a high and steady rate that when people worry, it won't be about not having enough, but rather about not utilizing enough. You can get a glimpse of the future by imagining a society in which people worry less about using too much than they do now about using too little, since there will be so much of a source of supply available. We have long been dependent on the limited resources that nature has long since accumulated. The only loss will be from not using the resources we develop, because they will be perpetually recreated in the era we are entering. Heat, light, and power will be in such abundance that it will be sinful not to use them all. This time period is now upon us, and it's traveling by water. Don't you see how economic life will swing loose and breathe deeply once the fuel question is resolved, along with the light question, the heating question, the power question, and the fuel question on terms that actually liberate the entire world from the crushing weight of these four great burdens? Not only that, but when the fuel, light, heat, and power situation is reversed so that people must use all that they want in order to prevent waste. We are rapidly nearing that period. There is no doubt regarding it. Of course, there will be the customary initial battle between selfishness and service, but service will prevail. Private parties may easily be granted ownership of a coal mine that is situated on a man's property, but a river. The guy who would claim possession of a river is chastised by nature itself. The third period of overlapping abundance, which pushes us to use and use and use in order to satisfy every need, is the one that lies ahead of us, not the first period of careless waste or the second period of nervous accounting. Similar to how wind is air in motion, thought is the mind in action. As the only activity possessed by the spiritual man, mind is a spiritual activity. Spirit is the universe's creative principle. Therefore, we begin a chain of causation when we think. The thoughts travel and cross paths with other like concepts. They come together and create ideas. The ideas now exist independently of the thinker. They are the unseen seeds that exist everywhere, and that sprout, grow, and bear fruit, some of which are multiplied 100 times over, and some of which are multiplied 1,000 times over. Many still appear to assume that wealth is something very practical and concrete that we can secure and hold for our own personal use and advantage. This is what we have been raised to believe. We seem to forget that the total value of the world's gold is merely a few dollars per person. There are only $8 billion worth of gold in existence worldwide. Included in this are all the gold coins and gold bars held by the world's banks and government treasuries. A cube of 60 feet in height could easily hold this amount of gold. We spend hundreds of thousands, millions, and now billions of dollars every day on this basis. But the initial quantity of gold is unaffected. If we were to depend solely on the supply of gold, it would run out in a single day. The gold is merely a benchmark or guideline. $5 billion can be used by hundreds of thousands or millions of individuals by simply passing it from one to the other, just as we can measure thousands and hundreds of thousands of feet with a single ruler. So it is that everyone could have everything they need if we could only maintain the tokens of wealth, which we call money, in circulation. Only when we start to hoard, when we are overcome with dread and panic and fail to let out or release, do we feel a sensation of lack. It is clear that the only way we can gain from wealth is by using it, and in order to use it, we must share it with others so they can also benefit. Thus, we are working together for our mutual advantage and putting the law of abundance into action. We also realize that wealth is not at all as substantial and tangible as many people believe it to be, and that the only way to acquire riches is to maintain it. There is stagnation, fever, panic, and industrial death as soon as there is any coordinated movement, if there is any risk of interrupting the circulation of this medium of exchange. Many men have been able to obtain fortunes in a year or two that others could not hope to earn in a lifetime of struggle because of the intangible nature of wealth, which makes it uniquely sensitive to the power of imagination. The creative capacity of the imagination is to blame for this. In The Conquest of Poverty, Helen Wilmans provides a fascinating account of how this law actually works. She claims, "A near universal appeal for money is made. This outreach comes exclusively from the faculties of acquisition, and its activities are restricted to the corporate world's competitive environment. It is an entirely exterior process, and its manner of operation is unrelated to awareness of the inner life. Its more refined, ethical, and spiritualized desires. No force can raise it to the divine plane the race is now nearing. It is merely an extension of animality into the sphere of humanity. For spiritual development is the cause of all rising on this plane. It is carrying out exactly what Christ commanded us to do in order to be wealthy. The kingdom or heaven within, where it is the only thing, is what it seeks first. All of these things, external wealth, will be added once this kingdom has been found. What features of a man can be compared to the kingdom of heaven? Due to the fact that the vast majority of individuals are completely ignorant of their own internal riches, not one reader out of 10 would trust me when I respond to this question. But I'll still respond to it, and my response will be sincere. Heaven is inside us, hidden in the faculties of the human brain, of which no man has ever conceived the superabundance. The forces of a God are folded into the organization of the weakest man alive, and they will stay that way until he learns to believe in their reality, and then makes an effort to harness them. Men are typically not reflective, which is why they lack wealth. They have pitiful perceptions of their own abilities, and everything they come into contact with bears the imprint of their beliefs. The mere fact that a day laborer sees that he has an intellect that can be developed to be as powerful and far-reaching as the man he serves has, to some extent, loosened his bonds and brought him face to face with better conditions. Let's say this worker takes the time to look within himself and realizes that. However, more is desired than simply being aware that he is or could become, through self-awareness, his employer's intellectual equal. The reality remains that he must also be aware of the law and assert his rights under its provisions. Specifically, his superior knowledge ties him to a superior position. He must understand this and have faith in it, since it is by doing so that he starts to ascend physically. Employers everywhere applaud the hiring of workers who are not machines because they desire brains in their workforce and are willing to pay for them. The least lucrative help is frequently the most expensive in terms of cost. A replacement employee who hasn't yet developed to the level of strength where he can do things for himself will take his position when the employee's brain or mind power rises, increasing his value to his employer. The heaven within a man that is to be brought forward in the world and created in these conditions that correlate it is his eventual realization of his own latent potential. The spirit of a visual poor home is projected from a mental poorhouse, and this spirit manifests itself in outward manifestations that are related to its character. A mental palace projects the spirit of a physical palace together with outcomes that are related to it. The same may be said about health and kindness, as well as about disease and sin. Chapter 7. The Creative Process. We have no interest if the chemist creates nothing worthwhile or exchangeable for money. Fortunately, in this instance, the scientist creates an item with the highest financial value ever recorded. He offers the one thing that the entire world needs, something that can be realized at any time, any place. It is not a slow-moving asset. Rather, every market recognizes its value. The product is thinking. Thought is the single thing that distinguishes thought from everything else. Thought controls the world. Mind controls every government, every bank, every enterprise, every person, and everything in existence. Every person is what they are because of their way of thinking, and men and nations only differ from one another because of the way they think. What follows, then? Every thinking person has a chemical laboratory inside of them that produces thought. It is the blossom, the product of all prior thought processes coming together as one intelligence. It is the fruit and includes the finest of what a person has to offer. Thoughts are immaterial, yet no man would sacrifice their capacity for thought for all the gold in Christendom. Therefore, it is more valuable than anything else that is in existence. It must be spiritual, because it is not material. Here is an explanation of thought's great value. A spiritual activity is thought. In actuality, it is the only activity the spirit is capable of. The universe's creative force is spirit. Thought must be creative, just as a portion must match the whole in kind and quality, and can only differ in degree. The ancients believed that every sculpture represented a thought or emotion, and they created their works on the premise that there is a perfect correlation between mental states and physical manifestation. Today we understand that mental states and physical health go hand in hand, and this understanding has developed to the point where we now understand that every condition is a consequence, and that this effect results from a cause, which in turn had its origins in an idea. Modern science is now focusing emphasis on the idea that all forms of wealth and their distribution are likewise governed by ideas. Therefore, it is believed that the study of the laws regulating thoughts and how they manifest on a material plane falls under the purview of the science of economics. The sun transitions from one zodiac sign to another in around 2,000 years. These are referred to as sub-race periods in Oriental literature, since it is during these times that a country is born, develops, ages, and finally perishes. The majority of the European countries are currently approaching the end of their 2,000-year cycle, and the appropriate readjustments are being made. It is therefore up to us, a new country in a new world, to aid in the adaptation. In this adjustment, it may be wise to keep in mind that intelligence is supreme. That intelligently directed constructive thought automatically causes its object to materialize on the objective plane. That cause and effect are paramount in a universe governed by immutable law, and that the mind is the only source of knowledge that can be used to improve the quality of life. Knowing the workings of the mind comes first in importance to the human race because it is the mind that constructs every building, creates every book, paints every image, suffers and pleasures. We have been interested as a people in the development of material resources, the digging of iron and coal from the ground, the raising of crops upon the surface, the engaging in transportation, and other forms of commercial effort. As a people, we have paid little attention and given little thought to what organic chemistry means in the way of progress, said Senator Wadsworth recently. I believe that the establishment and maintenance of organic chemistry in this country, even under an embargo, means the happiness, the progress, and the security of 100 million people, he continued. I believe that organic chemistry lies the solution of the secrets of the past and of the future. Since the next war will be fought with chemicals, according to Senator Frelinghuysen, I think it is our patriotic duty to give this industry the highest protection that can be imposed, he continued, when we realized that it was thanks to the genius of the German chemists and the advance in science by the German industries that enabled Germany to get almost to the Channel ports. It is true that the brilliant work of German chemists is responsible for many of the more significant scientific breakthroughs. It is also true that chemical weapons will be used to fight the next war, if there is one. But knowledge of mind chemistry will be essential to winning the next war and all subsequent ones. Try to grasp the circumstances. Pause to reflect. Observe an army of young men passing in review at a 4 abreast pace. Watch them continue to march. Men from China, Japan, India, New Zealand, Australia, Egypt, and America, as well as men from Germany, France, England, Belgium, Austria, Russia, Poland, Romania, Bulgaria, Serbia, and Turkey. The 10 million man army would take months to pass any given point, so they continue marching throughout the day, night, and the following day. They also march during the following week, the following month, and the week after that. They were all killed, and only because a select group of powerful men were more interested in organic chemistry than they were in mental chemistry. They were unaware that force may always be matched by force that is greater or equal to it. They were unaware that a higher law always prevails over a lower one. The entire world must sit in sackcloth and ashes as a result of intelligent men and women allowing a small group of powerful men to dictate their thought processes. The living will have to work for the rest of their lives just to cover the interest on the debts they took on, and their children will view these debts as an inheritance, which they will then pass on to their children and their children's children. According to a famous European statesman, the current scenario is as follows. Unfortunately, the ills of a war like that of 1914 to 1918 are repaired but with difficulty. Given even the entire good faith of the conquered, if the latter by conscientious labor genuinely desired to help the world out of its sanguinary nightmare and back to normal life, that world would nonetheless remain for a long time hopelessly adrift and at sea. We are assisting today at the prolongation of a war, which is not even likely to approach a conclusion, unless there is a new orientation of a peacetime energy. Finances upside down, budgets artificially met, rates of exchange giving 65 francs to the pound and 14 to the dollar, a terribly distorted fiduciary circulation, an ever-increasing cost of living, strikes, rapid changes in the stock markets, making commerce and industry impossible, accumulation of stocks. Such is the ransom of these 4 years of war. It was materially impossible that either for conqueror or conquered aught else should result from this world catastrophe than complete chaos for all. Millions of men are not consecrated for 52 months to a work of death and destruction, for the world to be re-established on the morrow of peace. Such rapidly reacquired equilibrium is beyond the bounds of human practicability. It will be recalled that the master metaphysician expressed the same idea many years ago in somewhat different words. Then there will be a time of great affliction, unlike anything that has ever existed since the beginning of time or will ever exist again. If this time were not cut short, no flesh would be saved at all. However, this time will be cut short for the sake of the elect. Matthew 24:21-22. It is clear that people are starting to think. Men used to get together in a nearby saloon, have a few drinks, and quickly forget their discontent and dissatisfaction when they were unhappy or unsatisfied. Under the circumstances as they stand, the situation is substantially different. Men read, study, and think a lot, and the more they think, the less contented they feel. All male leaders are aware of this. Because of this, England has her ale, Scotland its whiskey, France its absinthe, Germany its lager, and we Americans, who are drawn from all of these, have all enjoyed our various alcoholic beverages. A man who has access to a reasonable amount of alcohol will not ask too many questions. It is by far the simplest means of keeping the people happy and contented. Give him another drink if he does. This method of reducing a nation's citizens to a state of mindless servitude has the added benefit of generating enormous sums of money that can be used to enslave them both economically and spiritually, as a person who is incapable of thinking has little chance of ever understanding spiritual truth. This assertion is supported by world history. Egypt, once at the top of the list of nations, has crumbled beneath the weight of her own effeminacy. The victories of Greece allowed an ages-long gloom to enter upon her grandeur. Rome, whose iron foot trampled nations and shook the earth, saw in her later years faint-heartedness and the shield of the powerful being vilely thrown away. 10 years ago, American and English stocks were sold alongside those of German firms. Nobody ever dared to think they weren't completely secure. In London, Paris, and New York, any sizable German city's municipal bonds were openly traded on a 4% basis. The mark had the same level of stability as the dollar or the pound. The interest is still being paid on these securities, and the principal will be paid when they mature, but in money that is hardly worth the paper it is printed on. As a result, the conservative German investor, the man who only made safe investments and who was careful to buy only first mortgage bonds that yielded not more than 4 or 5%, is essentially penniless. However, as a consolation, he can reflect that a liberal government permitted the people to have plenty of beer, and that because drinking beer is not intended to foster sustained, profound, or rational cognition. Many American people are painstakingly and slowly building a fund that they hope will provide them with protection in the future. In 10 years, is it possible that they will also be compensated in worthless dollars? Because we don't want the kind of personal liberty that benefits a select few at the expense of the many, the kind of liberty that strives to turn American citizens into automatons so that a select few may control the course of the country, the dollar will likely remain at par. We Americans must keep in mind that the big business of life cannot be performed economically unless we are successful in transforming our resources into the best possible human beings, moral, intellectual, and physically. The University of Michigan's president, Marion Leroy Burton, says, "Perhaps the most solemn question that can be put to a person today is, can you think?" The test of individual efficiency and usefulness to society centers in a man's ability to use his mind. Emerson never erected a more arresting danger signal when he exclaimed, "Beware when the great God lets loose a thinker on the planet." If we could only harness the mental power of America today, we could solve the gigantic problems of the world. Not by appeals to prejudice and class interest, not by the hurling of epithets, not by the ready acceptance of half-truths, not by superficial, but by careful, painstaking, scientific, scholarly thought combined with wise and timely action, will civilization be rescued and human freedom made secure. Upon education depends the future of democracy. Therefore, loyal citizen, every self-respecting person must utilize his opportunities to strengthen his grip on knowledge and to stimulate his mind. The truth has always made men free, and truth is available only for him who thinks. If statistics have taught us anything over the past 20 years, it is that the spiritual element is the most important one for the development of societies and states. Talking about land, labor, and capital is adequate. All of them have their purposes and uses, but by alone, none of them can bring about wealth. long before civilization even emerged. Land, labor, and wealth already existed. Many powerful countries have owned land, labor, and resources in the past, including Babylon, Persia, Egypt, Greece, Rome, and even Spain, but failed due to a lack of this far more crucial quality, the spiritual component. Looking out my window, I can see a man using a pick to work on the highway. The road represents the land, the man the effort, and the pick the investment. This is a wonderful example of how to combine land, labor, and capital. Yet, it also shows how these three factors may be utilized to build or demolish, to tear down the road or fix it. The man can use the pick to either fill in the ruts and holes or make them deeper. Everything is dependent on the intention, drive, and desire of man. Spiritual factors such as purpose, motive, and desire are all significant. Even education is merely a tool that can be utilized for good or for evil. Land, labor, capital, and so on. One uses his education to enforce the law, while the other uses it to assist men in avoiding the law. Both men graduate from the same law school and receive the same degree. One chemist utilizes his skills to make foods pure, while the other uses the same knowledge to adulterate foods. Both chemists graduate from the same technical school in the same class. Combination is the secret of creative thinking. The universe is the product of a combination of electrons, atoms, molecules, and cells by nature. All progress, development, and accomplishment in the realm of human endeavor result from applying the lesson discovered in nature, and man has advanced incrementally from the state of the primitive brute to his current position of mastery by combining, uniting, and relating thoughts, things, and forces. Man has revealed and found the uncommon, the unusual, and the unknown by fusing the common, the usual, and the known in the fields of science and invention, art, literature, and business, in every area of human activity. Despite the fact that the approach employed to discover new combinations was carelessly and haphazardly used, man has advanced quickly. The scientific method must be used deliberately and methodically, exhaustively, seriously, honestly, consistently, in order to eliminate accident and chance. This will lead to greater success, more spectacular discoveries, and more numerous and astounding innovations. Every time we breathe, we also bring spirit, or prana, the breath of life, into our lungs. Every component of the physical world is present in each breath we take. The cabbage takes what it needs to create cabbage from these components. The apple tree creates and colors an apple from these same materials, while the rose creates colors and scents a rose from these same elements. It was undoubtedly intended for man to have the same level of understanding on these matters as the cabbage, apple, or rose. All things are made of the same universal stuff, and the distinction between flesh, vegetables, stone, iron, and glass is due to variations in how these substance particles vibrate or move when they are brought together, acting and reacting upon one another. The manifestation of spirit, mind, life, and energy is form. The human brain has the ability to regulate everything, since it is the best and most vibrant machine on this level of existence. When we concentrate or think along a certain direction, a chain of events begins, and if our thought is kept in our minds for a long enough period of time, what happens? There is just one possible outcome. Whatever vision or imagination we may have, the universal intelligence, which manifests through the cells of our physical body and environment, accepts the image. These cells then make a call into the vast field of formless energy for the substance that corresponds to the image and vibrates in a way that harmonizes with it. If the image represents success along a specific path or fear of a specific thing, we call the atoms from the formless energy that creates the success or the thing we fear, and we relate to circumstances in accordance with the energy produced by the human mind. Subconsciously, thought affects the body or environment. The New York Times describes how the government uses mechanical ways to achieve the same effect. The article's focus is on how skill is gained in sleep. The discovery that students in the radio school held at the government station near Pensacola are gaining speed previously unattainable in receiving code radio from rapidly transmitted messages heard by them through instruments strapped to their ears when they go to bed is a little mysterious, But wise folk will refrain from expressing either amusement or incredulity when they read about it. The officials at the station claim that the action has already been taken and is now standard procedure. Many familiar tasks are performed exceptionally well only after we have stopped doing them by conscious effort. The skilled typist leaves the finding of the keys entirely as it seems to her fingers, and the piano player does the same. There is no reason why such teaching should not be direct and intentional, rather than indirect and inadvertent, or at least unrecognized as it has historically been, as the subconscious never sleeps and never forgets. Thus, the education it receives has long-lasting repercussions. The humorist is likely to imagine and describe schools and colleges where both teachers and students do all their mental labor after they have gone to bed and turned out the lights, because if radio operators can attain by practice in receiving code messages while asleep, a skill that is beyond their reach when all their practicing is done while awake, it seems more than likely that instruction for other purposes can be given in the same way. Anyone who, with the help of an expert, compiles a list of the chores they routinely leave to their subconscious powers with complete confidence will be shocked by the quantity. They start with the heart beating and the breath being drawn. Then they decide which hand will be extended for shaking when we meet a friend, and which pocket we will grab for something. A pencil or a knife. No swimmer can tell what he does after he learns that is different from what he did before that art was gained. But the subconscious knows and makes an easy job of what a little before was an impossibility, said Albert Einstein. Chapter 8. Vibration. We may divide thinkers into those who think for themselves and those who think through others. The latter are the rule, and the former the exception. The first are original thinkers in a double sense, and egoists in the noble meaning of the word. It is from them only that the world learns wisdom. For only the light which we have kindled in ourselves can illuminate others. Schopenhauer. Action of some kind must be taken before any environment, whether peaceful or otherwise, can be created. Action requires thought, whether conscious or unconscious. And since thought is a byproduct of mind, it becomes clear that mind is the creative hub from which all activities originate. No inherent law governing the modern business world, as it is currently organized, is anticipated to be suspended or repealed by any force operating on the same plane. But it is axiomatic that a higher law may prevail over a lower one. The rule of gravity is not abolished by tree life. Rather, it is surmounted, causing the sap to ascend. The naturalist constantly builds power in the area of his brain designated for observation, because he spends a lot of time observing apparent things. As a result, he gains far more expertise and skill than his unobservant companion in recognizing what he sees and understanding an endless number of facts at a look. Through mental training, he has arrived at this facility. He purposefully decided to increase his capacity for observation. Therefore, he repeatedly used that specific skill while paying increasing attention to detail and focus. We now have the outcome. A man who is considerably above his companion in terms of observational knowledge. Or, on the other side, one can allow the delicate brain tissue to harden and ossify via steadfast inaction, making his entire existence barren and unproductive. Every concept has a propensity to materialize. Our wishes are seed thoughts that often germinate, grow, blossom, and produce fruit. These seeds are being sown daily. What will the crop yield? Each of us is a product of his previous ideas. We will eventually become what we are thinking about right now. The thoughts we generate or entertain shape our character, demeanor, and environment. Thought is self-seeking. The law of atomic affinity and the law of mental attraction are eerily similar. As real as magnetic, electric, or thermal currents are, so too are mental ones. The currents with which we are in accord attract to us. The ongoing operation of the mind creates lines of least resistance. The specific brain faculty that is being used affects how the brain functions. Constant mental training helps to build the mind's hidden strength. Every variation of its activity improves with repetition. There are several reasons to think about engaging in mental growth exercises. They entail the growth of the perceptual faculties, the development of the emotions, the stimulation of the imagination, the symmetrical unfolding of the intuitive faculty, which frequently forces or restricts choice without being able to provide a justification, and finally the cultivation of the mental power through the growth of the oral character. The greatest power of the mind rests on its exertion in moral channels. Hence, it is necessary that every conscious mental endeavor should entail a moral aim. The greatest man, stated Seneca, is he who chooses right with invincible determination. Continuity and force of action are both increased and modified by a mature moral conscience. In light of this, having a strong sense of symmetry requires being in good physical, mental, and moral health. This combination results in initiative, power, resolute force, and success. It will be discovered that nature is constantly attempting to express harmony in all things and is constantly working to bring about a harmonious adjustment for every conflict, every wound, and every challenge. As a result, when thought is harmonious, nature starts to create the physical conditions that must be present in order to create an environment that is harmonious. What becomes impossible if we realize that the mind is the greatest source of creativity? Can't we see why desire needs to be nurtured, managed, and guided in our lives and destinies if want is the great creative energy? People with a string mentality, who rule others around them, and frequently those who are far away from them, actually emit powerful currents that, when they come into contact with other people's thoughts, cause those people's wishes to align with the strong individual's thinking. This ability is evidently present in the great men's masters. Their influence is felt far and wide, and they successfully secure others' cooperation with their wishes by making them want to do so. This is how males with strong desires and imagination can and do direct the thoughts of others in the direction they desire. No man has ever been made without the innate ability to help himself. The personality that is aware of its own moral and intellectual dominance will emerge. Today's starving world longs for this truth. All have the capacity to make use of a dormant intellectual bravery that sharply discerns and a moral courage that boldly undertakes. Every person have a divine potential. Even though we are aware that the sun is merely appearing to move, we nonetheless refer to it as rising and setting. The world appears to be stationary to our senses, but we know it is fast rotating. Although we refer to a bell as a sounding body, all it is capable of doing is causing air vibrations. A sound is perceived in the mind when these vibrations occur 16 times per second. The mind is capable of perceiving vibrations up to 38,000 times every second. Beyond this point, there is once more complete quiet to confirm that the sound is not coming from the bell. We create it in our minds. We refer to the sun as giving light and even think of it in that way. But in reality, all it is doing is releasing energy that causes the ether to vibrate at a rate of 400 trillion times per second, creating what are known as light waves. This means that the only light that exists is the sensation these waves' motion causes in the mind. While we may refer to things like a rose as red, grass as green, or the sky as blue, we know that these colors only exist in our minds and are the sensations we experience as a result of the vibrations of light. As the number of vibrations increases, the light changes in color, and each change in color is caused by shorter and more rapid vibrations. We no longer see light when the vibrations are below 400 trillion vibrations per second. Instead, we feel heat. As a result, we now understand that appearances only exist for us in our awareness. Even time and space are destroyed, with time only existing as the sense of succession, and the past and future existing only in the mind in relation to the present. Therefore, we are aware that one principle ultimately regulates and controls all of existence. Every atom is eternally conserved, thus anything that is given up will inevitably be given back somewhere. It is indestructible and just exists to be used. It can only go in places where it is needed and attracted. It is up to us to decide our rate of growth and the level of harmony we will express, since we can only get what we can offer, and we can only give to those who can accept. We only benefit from the laws that govern our daily lives. These rules are unchangeable, and we are powerless to stop them from working. Although all the vast, everlasting energies operate in solemn silence, we have the ability to align ourselves with them, and therefore manifest a life of comparatively tremendous calm and happiness. Obstacles, difficulties, and discords show that we are either withholding what we no longer need or refusing to embrace what we need. Growth is achieved by exchanging the old for the new, the good for the better. This exchange is conditional or reciprocal, since each of us is a complete mental being, which makes it possible for us to receive only in proportion to how much we are able to offer. If we stubbornly hold on to what we have, we cannot get what we need. Only things that might be advantageous to us are brought to us by the principle of attraction. As we begin to understand the reason behind the things we draw, we are able to consciously regulate our circumstances and only take away from each experience what we need for our further development. The level of harmony or enjoyment we experience depends on our capacity to do this. As we ascend to higher altitudes and gain wider perspectives, our capacity to appropriate what we need for growth grows as well. The better we are at knowing what we need, the more certain we may be that we will be able to recognize it, draw it to us, and absorb it. Other than what is required for our development, nothing may reach us. Every circumstance and encounter we have is for our good. Until we learn from them and glean the fundamentals of further progress from them, difficulties and hurdles will continue to arise. Mathematically speaking, it is true that we harvest what we sow. To the extent that we put up the effort necessary to go through our challenges, we permanently strengthen ourselves. We must exert the greatest amount of attraction toward what is completely in line with ourselves in order to meet the unstoppable demands of growth. The best way to achieve our optimum level of satisfaction is to comprehend natural rules and actively cooperate with them. The paralyzing ideas that we receive from the primitive thinking of the race, and that are accepted and followed without question, frequently bind our mental faculties. We are constantly fed the impressions of fear, concern, incapacity, and inadequacy. These are good enough explanations on their own for why men do so little, and why many people's lives are so devoid of accomplishments, despite the fact that they constantly possess potential that only needs to be liberated by appreciation and genuine aspiration to blossom into true greatness. Even more than men, women have experienced these issues. This is true both because the torrent of oppressive and negative thoughts has been directed more specifically at them, and because of their finer susceptibilities, which make them more susceptible to thought vibrations from other minds. However, it is being defeated. When she reached levels of delicate sympathy and leadership prowess in the Crimea that were previously unheard of among women, Florence Nightingale overcame it. The leader of the Red Cross, Clara Barton, overcome it when she carried out a similar task in the Union armies. Jenny Lind conquered it by demonstrating her capacity to command large financial rewards, while also satisfying her nature's intense need and rising to the top of her day's musical art. And there is a vast list of women who have achieved the highest literary, theatrical, artistic, and sociological achievements, including singers, philanthropists, writers, and actors. Both men and women are starting to think for themselves. They have some idea of their potential now that they are awake. If there are any secrets in life, they must be revealed according to their demands. Never before has the power and influence of thinking undergone such a thorough and comprehensive analysis. The tremendous reality that thought is the universal substance, the foundation of all things, has just recently become clear to a select few seers, but it has never previously reached the consciousness of the majority of people. Many minds are currently working to give this great fact a clear expression. Since light and sound are really varying intensities of motion, as modern science has taught us, we have learned about forces within man that were previously unimaginable. The new century has begun, and as man stands in its light, he now perceives part of the grandeur and scope of life's significance. That life has the seed of endless potential. One is persuaded that there are no limits to what man is capable of doing, and that setting such limits would be unimaginable. Standing at this height, he discovers that the infinite energy of which he is a part can provide him with fresh power. Some men appear to be drawn to success, riches, power, and achievement with little deliberate effort. Others succeed after considerable struggle, Yet others never quite achieve their goals, objectives, and ideals. What causes this? Why should some men achieve their goals with ease, while others do so slowly or not at all? Physical factors are impossible, since otherwise, the most physically ideal guys would also be the most successful. Therefore, the distinction must be mental, must be in the mind. Thus, the mind must be the driving force behind creativity, and the only thing that separates men. Therefore, the mind is what allows man to transcend his environment, as well as any other roadblocks. The impact of the creative force of thinking will appear to be amazing once it is completely grasped. But without adequate application, diligence, and concentration, such results cannot be obtained. The laws that control the mental and spiritual worlds are just as unchanging and unbreakable as those that regulate the physical world. Therefore, it is essential to be aware of the law and to abide by it in order to achieve the intended outcomes. It will be discovered that following the law exactly will always generate the desired outcome. We are said to reside in the universal ether by scientists. This has no inherent form, but it is malleable and takes on shape around, inside of, and outside of us in response to our thought and word. It is activated by the thoughts we have. Then, what we have spoken or thought becomes objectively manifest to us. The law governs thought. We have not demonstrated more trust because we do not comprehend. We do not comprehend how everything operates precisely in accordance with established law. The law of mind is just as unambiguous as the laws of mathematics, electricity, and gravitation. We will comprehend the value of having a working understanding of the rules of thought once we start to recognize that pleasure, health, success, prosperity, and every other condition or environment are results, and that these results are formed by thinking, either consciously or unconsciously. The best that life has to offer is at the disposal of those who become mindful of the power of thought. They acquire higher-order substantial objects, and these sublime realities are created in such a way that they can be rendered physical elements of daily life. They acknowledge the existence of a higher power and maintain that power active at all times. Since this strength is infinite and unbounded, it carries them from victory to victory. Enemies become friends, conditions are overcome, elements are adjusted, and fate is defeated. These seemingly insurmountable obstacles are overcome. There is an endless supply, and we can shape the demand in any way we like. This is supply and demand in the mind. Our thoughts shape our situations and environment. Perhaps we have been unintentionally producing these circumstances. If things are not satisfying, the solution is to deliberately change our mental attitude and watch as our surroundings change to reflect the new mental state. This is not unusual or paranormal in any way. Simply put, it is the law of being. Thoughts that become ingrained in the mind will undoubtedly bear fruit that is similar to them. We must first change ourselves if we are to alter our circumstances, since even the best schemer cannot gather grapes of thorns or figs of thistles. The first things to change will be our thoughts and desires. Being unaware of the rules of vibration is equivalent to watching a kid play with fire or a grown man manipulate potent substances without understanding their properties. This holds true for everyone because the mind is the single greatest cause of all conditions in men's and women's lives. Naturally, the mind is just as capable of producing unfavorable situations as it is positive ones, and we produce these conditions by imagining any form of deficiency, restriction, or conflict, whether consciously or unintentionally. Many people routinely engage in this without even realizing it. Each and every rule, including this one, has no regard for the rights of individuals. Instead, they operate continuously and ruthlessly to give each person what they have created. What a man sows, he will likewise reap, in other words. According to Arthur Brisbane, thought and its work include all the achievements of man. Spirit and mind can be compared to the musician's brilliance and the sound produced by the instrument. The brain of a man is to the spirit that inspires thought what the instrument is to the musician. No matter how talented a musician, Genius must rely on the instrument that allows it to manifest in the physical world, through sound waves created in the material atmosphere, stimulating the brain's auditory nerves. If you give Paderewski an out-of-tune piano, all he can produce is discord and a lack of harmony. Or give Paganini, the best violinist who has ever lived, a violin that is out of tune, and despite the musician's talent, you will only hear repulsive, unpleasant sounds. The proper instruments are necessary for expressing the mood of music. The right brain is necessary for the expression of the spirit that motivates thought, the spirit of man. The outcome of an out-of-tune instrument is more unappealing the more complex and finely developed the instrument is. When it comes to humans, an out-of-tune, highly developed brain is much more painful and shocking than when it comes to a person with a mind that is, in comparison, weak and basic. Many people live and pass away without ever giving the spirit a second thought, since our minds are so used to dealing with the abstract. We spend so much time in the material world, and inanimate items have such significant value for us. The only actual thing in the universe, however, is the spirit. And thought, acting through a more or less flawed human being, is the expression of spirit. Bring yourself to consider the nature and enigmatic power of spirit for a while. Nothing is more exciting, fascinating, or perplexing than this thought. Consider the Niagara Falls with their immense power, the enormous moving machinery, the lit towns, the burning streets, and the moving cars, all of which are allegedly caused by the power of Niagara. However, it is not so much because of that power in reality, as it is because of the spirit embodied in human cognition. The spirit was what controlled Niagara. Spirit was responsible for spreading the fall's power to far-off cities. However, that spirit has no size, weight, color, taste, or smell. If you ask a guy, "What is the spirit?" he will have to respond, "It is nothing, as it has no physical form and cannot be seen or felt." He must nevertheless respond that the spirit is everything as well. We can only view the world as it is because we see it through spiritual eyes. The picture is captured by the optic nerve, sent to the brain, and then seen by the spirit. The first ship to arrive in America was brought by the spirit acting on the mind of Christopher Columbus, and via him, on others. The steady rise of man from his earlier state of savagery to his current relative level of civilization is the result of the spirit acting and expressing itself via the thought of brains that are more and more highly developed. And that same spirit will create true harmony on this planet in eras to come, with minds that are far more advanced than any we can currently imagine. Yet you are aware that there is a spirit, that it is you, and that without it, there would be nothing in this life. You would be no different from one of the stones in the field or some of the dummies that the tailor places in front of his shop. Without this spirit, which gives you life, helps you get back up when you fall, inspires you in success, and comforts you in failure and misfortune. Compare how you perceive the spirit and the physical world to the great painter's talent and the tasks that the painter is required to complete. In Michelangelo's spirit, every statue, painting, and cathedral that he produced previously existed. However, the spirit was unable to be satisfied in that state. It had to picture itself. It had to see how it had been made. Only until the soul sees a reflection of itself in the physical world does it truly come to life. The spirit of a woman contains all the maternal love, but it only truly exists when the mother takes the child in her arms and sees the being she loves and made in the flesh and blood. The greatest men have all of their accomplishments hidden up within of them from the beginning, but the spirit of such persons can only come to full manifestation when the work was made by the spirit, acting through the brain and expressing itself through thought. We are aware that all worthwhile effort is the outcome of sound reasoning. When we understand that thought is the very expression of the spirit, we are moved by a sense of obligation to give that spirit the best expression of which we are capable, as well as the best opportunity possible, while it resides in imperfect bodies and communicates through imperfect minds like the ones we have. Realizing that humans are destined to develop tools within their own physical bodies, capable of accurately interpreting the spirit that animates us as we progress through the generations, and become less animal and more spiritual is inspiring. From generation to generation, people get better. We are aware of this. Fathers and mothers' love for one another and for their children is what has caused the improvement. 100,000 years ago, this race of ours was composed of animal-like beings with big, protruding jaws, enormous teeth, short foreheads, and horrible-shaped bodies. Over the centuries, humans have undergone gradual alteration. The prognathous visage of man has grown fatter, as the brutish has gradually vanished. The jaw has recessed, the forehead has protruded, and gradually, thanks to the passion and perseverance of women, we are building a brain that will eventually allow spirit to be expressed in a respectable and acceptable manner behind the forehead. In the same way that a musician's genius and the sound you hear when his music is played are one and the same, spirit and thought are also one. In music, the sound embodies and interprets the spirit of the performer. And the orchestra, the violin, or the keyboard are all factors in the interpretation's precision. When the instruments are out of tune, you don't hear the musician's skill. Rather, you hear a misconception. There is currently very little harmony, since most of our human brains are out of tune and incapable of expressing anything other than the tiniest, most fleeting representation of actual spiritual life. This world, our little corner of the cosmos, will be genuinely peaceful when the cosmic spirit, in which every one of us is a conscious atom, speaks clearly via the perfected intellect of man and is immediately obeyed. This cosmic spirit has the ability to work through another person's mind, which it regularly does. Many men appear to be working very hard, when in fact another guy, another mind, is actually doing the hard labor while the other man is invisible in the task. Any man working at any type of job, whether a salesman, editor, floor walker, engineer, or architect, may appear to be doing something fantastic. But he is not fully handling it. The work is being done by an invisible force, such as another man, another brain, or possibly a small man with a large head who remains hidden. Every single one of us is propelled forward or propelled along by an unseen force. It can be the unseen man who generally works in the interior office. The lady at home may be leading by example and giving the male at work the motivation and authority that no one else can. It might be fatherly affection, which enables a man to provide for a kid what he is unable to do for himself. A father or mother who has long since passed away from this world is frequently the source of power. Their energy and inspiration continue and enable the son to do things in life that he would never have been able to on his own. Chapter 9. Causation. Universal intelligence departs from its source to take on physical form, through which it will eventually return to its source. The first stride of intelligence upward, toward its universal source, is mineral life animated by electromagnetic. The individualization of nature's intelligence is one of the unique purposes of the involuntary process by which matter is created, which is an intelligent process of universal energy. Stockwell declares, "The universal ether contains the building blocks of life and consciousness, which are found behind the atoms." Hemstreet declares, according to Stockwell, mind in the ether is no more unnatural than mind in flesh and blood. The ultimate spiritual principle is embodied in the ether, which represents the unity of those forces and energies from which spring as their source all phenomena, physical, mental, and spiritual, as they are known to man. The ether fills all space and carries the specks of aggregated dynamic force called worlds in its infinite throbbing bosom. Dalbier states in his outstanding study on the ether, in addition to serving as a source of energy and motion, the ether also possesses other inherent qualities from which, in the right conditions, other phenomena such as life, the mind, or whatever else may exist in the substratum, may emerge. The promise and germ of the mind are present in the microscopic cell, a little speck of stuff that will eventually give rise to man. Can we not deduce that the chemical components of the cell, such as carbon, oxygen, hydrogen, nitrogen, sulfur, phosphorus, sodium, potassium, and chlorine, also contain the ingredients of mind? Not only must we do this, But we must also go farther, because we know that the electron, which makes up each of these atoms and every other element, is an eternal unit. As a result, we must declare that the electron itself contains the potential for thinking. Mineral atoms are drawn to one another and form aggregates or masses. Chemical combinations of atoms are caused by their magnetic relationships to one another, and this attraction is known as chemical affinity. Negative atoms are usually drawn to positive atoms. This combination won't last long, so long as it is not broken apart by an even stronger positive force. A molecule is made up of two or more atoms and is known as the smallest particle of a substance that can maintain its own identity. For example, a molecule of water is made up of two hydrogen atoms and one oxygen atom, H2O. With order to create a plant, nature uses colloid cells rather than atoms, since the cell has been created as an entity, just as the atom and the molecule have been created as entities with which to work with mineral stuff. The vegetable cell, colloid, has the ability to attract to itself the energies it needs for growth from the earth, the air, and the water. As a result, it dominates mineral life and pulls from it. Animal life appears when vegetable matter has been sufficiently polished to be open to even more of the universal intelligent force. The plant cells are now so malleable that they possess new abilities, including those of individual consciousness and sensational magnetism. It controls both plant and mineral life by drawing its life forces from both. The body is made up of a collection of cells that are animated by a spiritual magnetic life that tends to group the cells into communities and the communities into coordinated bodies that will operate the complete mass of the body as a conscious entity capable of moving from one location to another. The wellness of the cell now takes precedence over the actions of atoms, molecules, and their energies. Each cell is a living, sentient being with the ability to choose its own food, fend off hostility, and procreate. Each federated collection of cells has a collective individual consciousness, intuition, and volition, just as each cell has its own unique consciousness, intuition, and volition. The body eventually has one central brain, where the excellent coordination of all the brains takes place, before each coordinated group of federations is similar. The brain and spinal cord alone contain over 2 billion cells, whereas the average human body contains approximately 26 trillion cells. Every vertebrate, like every other species, evolves from a single cell, according to the biogenic law. Even the human organism, according to Eck, starts off as a small, barely perceptible point of plasm with a simple nucleus that is 1.125 inches in diameter. The mother's character traits are passed down to the kid through heredity through the ovum, and the father's through the sperm cell. This hereditary transmission also includes the finest qualities of the soul, in addition to the physical attributes. Describe plasm. What is this enigmatic living essence that underlies all life and serves as its physical substrate? As Huxley correctly stated, the physical foundation of organic existence is plasm or protoplasm. To be more specific, the numerous activities of life are carried out solely by a chemical compound of carbon. The live cell is essentially little more than a soft globule of plasm that formerly housed a nucleus. After fertilization, it divides itself into a community or colony of numerous unique cells. These set themselves apart, and by their alteration or specialization, the tissues that make up the numerous organs evolve. The complex, multicellular organisms that make up humans and other higher animals resemble a social, civil community, albeit their multiple unique individuals initially consisted only of simple cells with a single shared structure. According to Dr. Butler in How the Mind Cures, the origin of all life on Earth was a cell with a body that was animated by a mind. The animating mind was the one we now refer to as the subconscious in the beginning and for a very long time after. The mind, however, pushed out an addition, producing another element, the one we now refer to as the conscious, as the forms increased in complexity and gave birth to sense organs. Initially, all living things had only one rule that they had to abide by in all circumstances, but this later development of the mind offered the creature a choice. This was the beginning of the concept of free will. Each cell has its own unique intelligence, which enables it to continue doing its intricate tasks as if by magic. When dealing with the wonders of brain chemistry, it's important to keep in mind that the cell is the foundation of the human body. The body is made up of a huge number of live cells, just as a nation is composed of a large number of living people. A nation's citizens are involved in a variety of activities. Some work in production, in the field, forest, mine, or factory. Others work in distribution, in transportation. Others work in regulation, in legislative chambers. Others work in the executive chair. Still others work in protection, as soldiers, sailors, physicians, educators, or ministers. Similar to how some cells in the body work on production, such as the mouth, stomach, intestines, and lungs, which provide food, water, and air. Others work on distribution, such as the heart, blood, lymph, lungs, liver, kidneys, and skin, while still others work on regulation, such as the brain, spinal cord, and nerves. Protection, such as white blood cells, skin, bone, and muscle, and even species reproduction. The vitality, effectiveness, and cooperation of a nation's population are important components of its strength and prosperity, much as the health and existence of the body depend on the vitality, effectiveness, and cooperation of its numerous cells. As we've seen, cells are organized into systems and groups to carry out certain tasks that are necessary for physical life and expression, such as those that we observe in organs and tissues. Health and efficiency exist as long as the various components work together and with adequate consideration for one another and the organism's overarching goals. But when conflict emerges for any reason, disease worsens. Disease is an absence of harmony and comfort. The actions of the cells in the nervous system and brain are classified in accordance with the specific tasks that they are required to complete. This is how our senses of sight, sound, taste, smell, and hearing work. We are also able to recall previous experiences, facts and statistics, and other information in this way. These diverse neural networks function harmoniously in both physical and mental health, but not in disease. Under normal circumstances, the ego contains all of these distinct cells and groupings, as well as cell systems acting in unison and coordination. Disease is an example of a fragmented biological action, in which a system or group, each of which is composed of a large number of microscopic cells, starts to function independently and therefore out of harmony, upsetting the balance of the entire organism. Thus, a single organ or system might become out of sync with the body as a whole and cause significant injury. One type of sickness is this. In a federation of any kind, the strength and confidence given to the central administration of its affairs depend on the efficiency and concord of action. And just in proportion to the degree of failure to sustain these conditions, disagreement and confusion are sure to arise. In cell intelligence, Nels Quavley makes this point quite obvious. If man is intelligent, and by virtue of that is able to combine and arrange matter and force, so as to effect structures, such as houses and railroads, why is not the cell also intelligent when he is able to direct the forces of nature so as to effect the structures we see, such as plants and animals? This philosopher claims that the intelligence of man is the intelligence possessed by the cells in his brain. No more than a man, a cell is not forced to act by any chemical or mechanical force. He makes decisions based on his own reason and judgment. He is a distinct living creature. Bergson seems to discern a creative impulse in matter and life in his Creative Evolution book. If we observed a skyscraper from a distance, we would assume that some creative energy was driving the construction. If, however, we were unable to get close enough to observe the workers, we would be left with no other explanation for how the skyscraper came into being than that it was brought about by some creative energy. The cell is an extremely well-organized and specialized animal. Consider the lone cell known as an amoeba. He lacks the equipment necessary to produce starch. He does, however, have some building supplies with him that he can use to create himself a protective layer of armor in case of an emergency. A part known as a chromatophore is carried by other cells. With the help of sunshine, these cells are able to produce starch using the basic elements of the earth, air, and water. These facts should make it clear to the reader that the cell is a very well-organized and specialized individual, and that to view him as merely matter and force is equivalent to contrasting the movements of a stone rolling down a hill with those of a car driving over a smooth surface. The gravitational force of one causes it to move, whereas the intellect of the other causes it to move. Like the things man constructs, such as railroads and skyscrapers, the structures of life, such as plants and animals, are constructed from the components derived from the soil, the air, and the water. If someone were to ask us how it is possible for man to build these railroads and structures, we would respond that it is because he is an intellectual being. Why isn't the cell the same intellectual being as man if it has undergone the same social structure and evolutionary process as man? Have you ever given any thought to what happens when a bodily part's surface is cut or bruised? Thousands of white blood cells, also known as corpuscles, will give their own lives if necessary to save the body. These cells serve as the body's general caregivers and are responsible for everything in general, including fighting bacteria and disease-causing germs, and overseeing general repair work. They have unlimited freedom while residing in the body. They go around everywhere as separate, independent beings to ensure that everything goes according to plan, rather than floating in the bloodstream, except when rushing to get somewhere. If a cut or bruise occurs, they are immediately alerted, and hundreds of people rush to the scene to help with the healing effort. If necessary, they shift their line of work and take on the task of producing connective tissue to tie the tissues together. They are destroyed in large numbers in almost every open sore, bruise, or cut in their devoted attempt to heal and shut the wound. A physiology textbook succinctly describes it as follows. White blood cells create new tissue on the skin surface when it is wounded, and the epithelium covers it from the margins, blocking any further growth and finishing the healing process. There doesn't appear to be a specific location in the body where intellect is centered. Wherever it is positioned and wherever we find it, every cell appears to be a center of intellect that is aware of its responsibilities. The Cell Republic citizens are all intelligent, autonomous beings who cooperate for the good of the entire population. Nowhere else can we find more complete individual life sacrifice for the good of the whole than in the Cell Republic. It is essential to their social existence because there is no other way to achieve the outcomes, and doing so would require less personal sacrifice. The idea of personal sacrifice for the good of the whole has been recognized and agreed upon as the correct thing to do and as their collective duty. They carry out the job and responsibilities that have been assigned to them without regard for their own comfort. Mr. Edison declares, "I believe that our bodies are composed of a variety of living units. The human body is neither a living entity nor a unit of life. Let me use the SS Mauritania as an example. The men inside the Mauritania are what make her alive, not the ship itself. The soldiers exit the ship simply because the life units do, like in the case of a shipwreck on the coast, for example. In the same way, even after a man's body has been buried and the life units have left the body, he is not technically dead. We have countless cells, and it is the inhabitants in these cells, inhabitants who themselves are beyond the limits of the microscope, that vitalize our body. Everything that pertains to life is still alive and cannot be destroyed. Everything that pertains to life is still subject to the laws of animal life. In other words, I think that these life units I've been talking about gathered together in endless millions and billions to create a man. We have made the mistake of assuming that each of us is an own entity. We have assumed that the unit is the man, which we can see, and have neglected the existence of the real-life units, which are those we cannot see. This is incorrect, in my opinion, even under a powerful microscope. It is not impossible that these life entities are at work in the mineral and plant worlds, as well as in what we call the animal world. No man today can set the line as to where life begins and ends. Even in the formation of crystals, we see a definitely ordered plan of work. Certain solutions will always form a particular kind of crystal without variation. It is a widely held belief that heat and light originate 93 million miles away from the sun. If this were the case, light would be present everywhere in space, and there would never be a star. Be obvious, for stars cannot be seen in light. With a diameter of 886,000 miles, the sun is a massive dynamo. It is one of thousands of similar systems of suns and planets, many of them much greater, and all of them moving forward in space, and all of them moving around one common center. It rotates on its axis like the planets. It sends electromagnetic currents throughout the entirety of solar space, which is approximately 6 billion miles from end to end. Therefore, it is evident that the sun only emits electrical energy, neither light or heat. This energy interacts with the Earth's atmosphere by way of rays. The friction that results from the atmosphere interacting with the sun's electromagnetic rays, which is caused by the Earth's enormous rotational speed of more than 1,000 miles per hour across its circumference, produces both light and heat. As we approach the poles, the friction decreases due to the Earth's constant slowing rotation. As a result, we experience a decrease in light and heat until neither is present at the poles. Only the portion of the atmosphere that is facing the sun produces what humans see as light, not any other part of the universe. We are aware that as we leave the Earth, the atmosphere becomes rarer, which results in less friction, less light, and less heat. Light only emerges on the side of the Earth that is facing the sun, because only that portion of the planet receives the sun's direct electric energy rays. As the Earth rotates on its axis at a rate of about 1,000 miles per hour, the atmosphere gradually comes into contact with the electrical rays from the sun, which causes light to gradually appear on the other side of the Earth, which is facing away from the sun. The friction, light, and heat are all amplified by how perpendicular the rays are when they hit the ground. This solar phenomenon is what we refer to as dawn, noon, and dusk. The ethereal atmosphere, also known as the ether, is a solar fluid that exists only in the solar system. It serves as a conduit for the transmission of energies originating on the planets and contains the building blocks of all life and thought. The only fluid that could possibly be subtle enough to transmit the fine vibrations that are constantly broadcast over the radio, pierce iron, wood, steel, and every other barrier, and are not constrained by wither space or time, is this ether. Each planet is likewise an electrovital dynamo, but the type of vibrations it emits depends on its unique characteristics and its constantly shifting position in the zodiac. The flawless conductivity of the solar ether causes these emanations to be continuously impressed upon all the worlds in our solar system. The sun provides life itself in addition to providing the electrical energy needed to create light and heat. Without the energizing and vitalizing magnetism that the sun provides, no life of any kind could exist on this planet. The numerous plants, flowers, and verdure that cover the fields in the springtime are evidence of how the Earth moves closer to the sun. The force that sustains life is visible everywhere. The temperament of the world's inhabitants reflects the impact of this influence. When the perpendicular rays reach the inhabitants, we discover a happy, upbeat, and sunny demeanor. Yet, when we travel farther north, where the lack of light and heat make living difficult, we see that the people are similarly dismal and dark. As a result, we discover that every planet, including Venus, Mars, Saturn, the Moon, and the Sun, radiates its own unique properties. The character of persons who are affected by these vibrations reflects this effect in turn. The nature of the vibrations sent by the planets is in accordance with their intrinsic natures, just as the nature of the energy that the sun radiates is in accordance with its intrinsic nature. Venus has long been revered as the goddess of love, and as a result, people who are under her sway tend to be kind, compassionate, sophisticated, and content. Mars is regarded as the god of war, and as such, his influence is brave, risk-taking, aggressive, and bold. Mercury's influence is intellectual, accomplished, skillful, and clever. Jupiter's influence is generous, philanthropic, moral, and sincere. Saturn's influence is prudent, cautious, patient, and reserved. Uranus' influence is original, inventive, talented, and intuitive. And Neptune's influence is idealistic, mystical, inspirational, and peculiar. We all exhibit several of these traits to varying degrees because we are all somewhat influenced by each of these planets. The influence of different planet combinations exists in addition to the specific planet's influences. Typically, these are separated into cardinal, fixed, and common signs. The cardinal sign has the power to inspire initiative, promote change, and awaken dormant forces. The fixed sign has a stabilizing effect. The person may seem sluggish, but he will be tenacious. He won't accept loss. He'll focus on one thing and pursue it relentlessly. His devotion will nearly be fanatical. Flexibility and change are under the common sign's influence. This solely mental or spiritual impact provides motivation and purpose for activity. As a result, the fixed type is inflexible, the common type is active, and the cardinal type is restless. As material prosperity depends on activity, this kind gives rise to the crucial elements that make the world go round. The fixed type typically shares the material and financial success with the cardinal type, since stability is a crucial component in significant industrial endeavors. However, the typical type is counterproductive to effort. They desire travel, adventure, and change. They are the intermediaries and brokers who negotiate between the buyer and the seller. They are the promoters who connect the manufacturer with the innovator. They are also the most sensitive and respond to life situations with greater intensity. They are more burdened because they experience more. Because they bear the problems of people around them in addition to their own, they are more actively involved in life's difficulties. The sensitive always has more potential for inner development, insight, and unfolding. The sensitive makes use of imagination, vision, intuition, and insight in addition to reason. The rigid kinds are typically materialists, who are happy with measurable achievements and goods. Utilizing reason, they are only interested in things that can be measured, or can be seen, touched, or handled. They are completely stable and doers rather than dreamers. They are valuable contributors to society and successfully fill a variety of responsibility positions. There is no superior type. Simply said, they are different. Both are essential. Each planet vibrates at a different rate, and each planet's impact on the Earth depends on the angle it makes. Depending on the angle, the vibrations may be increased, decreased, accelerated, or delayed. It has been discovered that the effects of these planetary influence angles are just as certain and distinct as those of the numerous chemical angles. The Earth serves as the instrument on which the 7 planets' vibrations or songs are played, and the harmony or discord that results from this is what we refer to as good or evil, depending on whether the effect is pleasant or unpleasant. The Romans' conception of dualism, a universe with 2 opposing powers, one good and the other evil, which they later personalized and called God and Satan, came from the interaction of these seemingly disparate influences. This mental perplexity was a result. However, we now understand that there is only one perfect power at work in the universe. This force manifests in an infinite variety of ways. Forms vanish and new ones appear, but it is only one infinite cosmic substance, and this substance is merely one cosmic principle manifested in another form. Therefore, this is the laboratory in which nature is ever combining the spiritual forces that result in the infinite variety on every side. For all are parts of one stupendous whole. Chapter 10. Stability. As a result of this law, which states that nature is constantly working to achieve equilibrium, action and reaction are constant. While the absorption of motion implies the diffusion of matter, the concentration of matter implies the dissipation of motion. This explains how every existence goes through a cycle of changes. Additionally, it covers every aspect of a person's past as well as their entire cycle of existence. Every time, both processes are active, but the outcome is always biased in one direction or the other. And every modification, even if it is merely a change in part order, advances one of the elements. The law of attraction eventually leads to an equilibrium. The amount of motion implied by dispersion must be equal to the amount of motion implied by aggregation, or rather, must be the same motion, taking now the molar form and now the molecular form. As a result, the idea that general evolutions and dissolutions will alternate indefinitely with local evolutions throughout our sidereal system emerges. Giordano Bruno was executed by burning in 1600 in Rome for expressing the following idea. Herein we recognize a thing which changes into all these things and fundamentally remains ever one and the same. That which was seed at first becomes grass, the ear, then bread, nutritive juice, blood, animal, seed, embryo, man, corpse, then again earth, stone, or other mineral, and so forth. It suffices to note that the changes and cycles through which matter moves in the universe, changes and cycles that man has partially followed by balance and measuring rod, are without end and without limit. This eternal and ceaseless ebb and flow of minute particles, changeless in themselves, has been referred to as the food cycle. In a never-ending circle, dissolution and generation, destruction and restoration are joined at the hip. We take in the material that previously made up the bodies of our ancestors through the bread we eat and the air we breathe. No, we actually release some of the material that makes up our bodies into the world each day, and then we quickly take back the same substance or material that our neighbors release into the environment. Since the bones from battlegrounds are frequently hauled off in large quantities and turned into fertilizer, we can claim with certainty that those who prevail on the battlefield physically take benefit of their victory by devouring their adversaries as daily bread. All energy on this planet, whether it be organic or inorganic, is derived either directly or indirectly from the sun. Solar energy is what causes the water to flow, the wind to blow, the clouds to pass, the rolling thunder, the flashing lightning, the rain, snow, dew, or hail to fall, the growth of plants, the warmth and motion of animal and human bodies, the burning of wood and coal, and everything else. The complete amount of the lost sunlight stored in coal or wood may be released once more through burning. The locomotive is propelled ahead by sunlight that has been transformed into power. The famed English engineer George Stephenson's biography, written by Mr. Murray of London, was published in 1857, and it contains an intriguing explanation of the light and heat cycle. On Sunday, just as the group was standing on the terrace overlooking the train station after returning from church, a train sped by, leaving a long trail of white vapor in its wake. "Now, Mr. Buckland, the renowned geologist, said to Stephenson, can you tell me what power propels that train?" The other person retorted, "Why, I suppose it's one of your big engines." "But what drives the engine? What do you say to the sun's light?" "Oh, probably one of your strong Newcastle engine drivers." "Why do you say that?" "Nothing else, according to the great engineer, moves the engine. It is light that has accumulated in the earth for thousands of years, light that was breathed in by plants so that they could fix carbon while they were growing, and light that, after being buried in the earth's coal beds for thousands of years, is now brought forth and set free to serve the great purposes of mankind, as here in the engine. Water would always be in perfect equilibrium if it weren't for the action of the sun. The sun's rays that strike the ocean turn it into vapor, which is then taken up into the atmosphere in the form of mist. The wind then gathers this mist into clouds and carries it across the continent, where it is then subjected to temperature changes and transformed once more into rain or snow. Anyone can be convinced that one day's forms are very different from those of the day before or the day after by observing the wonderful and lovely shapes that snowflakes or snowstars take as they fall to the ground on a cold winter's day, even though the conditions may only slightly vary. It demonstrates that, as Cam Stern states, each of these fugitive forms is the exact expression of a special complex relation between the moisture, motion, pressure, temperature, rarity, electrical tension, and chemical composition of the air that was predominant during their formation. Nevertheless, this slight difference has been enough to evolve these very different forms. The inherent faculties of the simplest and most indifferent compounds we are aware of demonstrate themselves thus in opposition to the shaping forces of the outside world, displaying a many-sidedness of ideas that anyone involved in the drafting of patterns and designs for fabrics may envy. The snow is once more turned into water by the sun's action, and according to the law of gravitation, it ultimately makes its way down from the mountains to the parent ocean it sprang from. A law of periodicity governs each of these cycles. Everything goes through phases of birth, development, fruition, and decay. The septimal law controls these times. The days of the week, the phases of the moon, the harmonies of sound, light, heat, electricity, magnetism, and atomic structure are all governed by the law of sevens. It controls every aspect of national and individual life, as well as most aspects of business. Statistics experts have no trouble predicting overall business circumstances because they are aware that every period of financial prosperity is followed by a period of downturn. The same law may be applied to our own life, allowing us to make sense of a variety of events that would otherwise seem mysterious. Life is growth, and change is growth. Every 7 years, a new cycle begins for us. Infanthood lasts for the first 7 years. The subsequent 7 years signify childhood and the onset of adult responsibility. Adolescence is represented by the following 7. The completion of full growth occurs in the 4th phase. Men gain property, possessions, a home, and a family during the 5th period, which is known as the constructive period. The years 35 to 42 are followed by a time of reactions and changes, which is then followed by a time of rebuilding, adjustment, and recovery, to get ready for a new cycle of 7s that starts in the 51st year. Many people believe that the world is on the verge of leaving the 6th era and that it will soon enter the 7th period, which is known as the millennium and is characterized by readjustment, rebuilding, and harmony. Numbers are merely symbols. Their symbols are applicable to everything in the cosmos, and they represent the quantity and quality of energy. Any created item, even a concept, needs 7 periods to perfect the physical incarnation. There are 7 main cycles in the evolution of humanity on Earth, each of which results in a main race. Each great race, in turn, is subdivided into 7 subraces, according to Madame Blavatsky in her Secret Doctrine and other occultists in other writings. These 7 cosmic creative forces have been equated by diverse cultures with the rulers of the 7 heavenly bodies: the Sun, Moon, Mercury, Mars, Venus, Jupiter, and Saturn. Every 7 days, the Moon's appearance changes. It is a well-known fact that the Moon's phases control not only the tides and the vegetation, but also the general periodic functions of generations in higher forms of life. The recognition of the unity of the physical, mental, and spiritual existence is symbolized by the number 7. It reaches the deepest levels to unravel life's riddles. The nature's law of cause and effect is based on the number 7. Numbers, letters, and concepts are related in numerous ways that are real, palpable, and observable. All are affected by and respond to the vibrations that are thereby created. Both mental and physical vibrations are involved here. Nature is error-free. Every manifestation of her contains a divine notion, and unintentionally, she imposes her laws on our behavior. As a result, the element of chance is eliminated, and all we are and do is the outcome of the application of certain immutable rules and their impact on our lives. Everything is in line with the single, overarching law of life, which is motion or vibration and is constantly seeking equilibrium. Pascal, a French philosopher, asserts forcefully, "The universe is a circle whose center is everywhere and whose circumference is nowhere." Like matter has no beginning or end in space, matter has no beginning or end in time. In its true existence, it withdraws from the constraints placed on our finite intellect by the concepts of time and space, from which it is unable to free itself in thought. No matter how far we delve into or examine the expansion of matter, whether we enlist the aid of experiment or introspection, we never locate a conclusion or a final shape. Man cherished the audacious hope of discovering the last organic element, perhaps the very foundation of existence, when the invention of the microscope or the combination of magnifying glasses opened up previously unexplored worlds and revealed to the investigator a fineness and minuteness of organic life and organic form, elements undreamed of until then. In direct proportion to the advancement of our tools, this hope vanished. A world of organic life was discovered in the 100th of a drop of water, and by the way they moved, it was clear that they possessed the 2 main characteristics of animal life: sensation and will. Under the utmost magnification, the smallest of these are hardly distinguishable in terms of their shapes. We still have no idea how they are internally organized. We also don't know what other, lesser species of living things there might be. Should we consider the monads to be giants in a dwarf universe of even smaller animals, wonders kata? The telescope directs us in the vast world, just as the microscope does in the realm of the microscopic. The worlds grew immensely larger in front of their astounded eyes as their instruments improved, despite the astronomers' grandiose dreams of reaching the universe's furthest reaches. The Earth and its inhabitants, so affectionately and proudly deemed the very crown and center of existence, fell from its fancied exaltation to a mere atom moving in immeasurable space, when the light-white mists seen by the unaided eye in the vault of heaven were resolved by the telescope into myriads of stars, of worlds, of suns, and of planetary systems. All of our tests show no evidence of a limit. Each increase in telescope power just reveals new vistas of stars and nebulae, which, even if they don't contain galaxies of stars, are still self-illuminating matter. Section 11. Physiology. One of the most intriguing aspects of the human system is its network of factories where the chemical agents required to mobilize the components of meals are made. The delicate natural economy also requires that the secretions containing these chemical substances perform a variety of other functions. In general, it can be argued that each has a different impact on the other plants, or at the very least on their activities. Additionally, they function on the inward-bound neural pathways as stimulants of effects in both conscious and subconscious actions. Radiant energy, whether intentionally or unintentionally released from the body, serves as a conduit for sensory impressions that are transmitted back to the perceptive centers and set off reactions that are then interpreted by these centers in accordance with their level of self-development. As a result, these centers interpret the messages exactly as they are received, without making any attempt to think about or analyze them. The procedure is as mechanical as a photograph being taken by the actinic rays of the sun. Similar to all other natural events, the fundamental principle by which an idea is retained is vibratory. Every thought generates vibrations that will keep growing and shrinking in the shape of waves, much like the waves created by a stone placed into a body of water. It may be overtaken by waves from other ideas, or it may eventually cave into insanity. The finest spiritual magnetism is immediately set into action by thought, and this motion is transmitted to the densities that are heavier and coarser, eventually affecting the physical stuff of the body. Life just is. It is not produced. The phenomena of life on this physical plane, with which we are primarily concerned, are formed by the involution of energy into matter, and matter is, itself, an involution of energy. All of nature is animated by this force we name life. However, once matter enters the stage of evolution that nature goes through, matter starts to take on forms as a result of the forces acting both on and inside it. Thus, the simultaneous integration of matter and energy produces growth and life. Beginning with the most basic form of matter, evolution progresses upward through steps of refinement to act as a matrix of energy. The innate abilities of the person and how they develop are largely determined by the internal secretions. They regulate all crucial metabolic processes, including those that govern physical and mental development. They control all of the essential human functions. They interact in a cooperative way that could be compared to an interlocking directorate amongst inanimate objects. Their dysfunction, whether it be an excess, an insufficiency, or an anomaly, affects the body's overall equilibrium and has different effects on the organs and the psyche. Modern blood chemistry is a marvel unimaginable a decade ago. These accomplishments are a perfect example of a realized fact defying every prior assumption and criticism. The investigation of the functions and secretions of the hitherto unstudied ductless glands has contributed significantly to the advancement of modern medicine. Endocrinology, as this field of study is known, has shed a great deal of insightful light on a few unusual physical disorders that science was previously in the dark about. We now understand that the majority of the natural freaks we observe in exhibits are caused by endocrine disruption, or the disruption of the ductless glands. All of these evolutionary deviations, including the pogonosis-caused bearded lady, obesity, skeletonization, giantism, micromegalia, and Lilliputianism, are caused by subnormalities or abnormalities of the chemical substances that the glands produce and release into the bloodstream. These have undergone extensive testing in scientific laboratories. Therefore, they are not just speculations. according to Sir William Osier, one of the most eminent scholars in history. For the body of a man is also a bustling hive of working cells, each with a distinct role, all controlled by the brain and heart, and all dependent on substances called hormones, which act as lubricants for life and are secreted by tiny, almost insignificant-looking structures. For instance, removing the thyroid gland, which is located right below the Adam's apple, will prevent a man from having the lubricants necessary for his thought engines to function. As if you were to shut off a motor's oil supply, his mind's stored knowledge gradually ceased to be accessible, and within a year, he began to experience dementia. The paragon of animals is changed into a formless parody of humanity as the skin's natural processes stop, the hair falls out, and the features swell. The name for these necessary lubricants, of which a number are now recognized, is hormone. You can see how suitable the name is from its etymology. The term was given by Starling and Bayliss, two renowned Englishmen known for their research work in endocrinology. The word is derived from the Greek verb meaning to rouse or set in motion. Because cretinism is brought on by a shortage or absence of thyroid gland secretions, cretins, dwarfed imbeciles, can be healed by administering internal thyroid glands from sheep with genuinely amazing results. Take the idea that the thyroid played a crucial role in the transformation of aquatic species into land animals as an illustration of the attraction of these investigations. The Mexican axolotl, an exclusively aquatic newt that breathes through its gills, soon transforms into the ambystoma, a terrestrial salamander that breathes through its lungs. Secretions from the endocrine glands enter the bloodstream and have a significant impact on the structure and operations of the body. The pituitary is a tiny gland that is situated in the bony floor plate of the skull, just below the third ventricle of the brain, close to the center of the head. Its secretions play a crucial role in the mobilization of carbohydrates, control of blood pressure, stimulation of other glands, and preservation of the sympathetic nervous system's tonicity. Under- or overexertion during childhood will produce distinct physical traits. And what worries us more? Distinct characteristics of mental development and function. The parathyroids are located close to the tips of the thyroid gland, which is situated at the frontal base of the neck and extends upward in the shape of a semicircle on both sides. Proteids and carbs are both mobilized by the thyroid, which also activates other glands, aids in infection resistance, regulates hair growth, and has an impact on the digestive and endocrine systems. It has a significant impact on both the general physical development and the functioning of the mind. A healthy thyroid can help to ensure an active, effective, and seamlessly coordinated mind and body. Just above the small of the back is where the adrenal glands are situated. Since one of their duties appears to be to keep the body's pigments in proper solution and distribution, some writers have referred to these organs as decorative glands. The agency of the adrenal secretion in other directions, however, is more significant. It is a tonic for the sympathetic nervous system, which benefits the heart, arteries, intestines, and other involuntary muscles, as well as the sensory pathways. It also contains a very valuable blood pressure agent. It immediately increases the volume of secretion in reaction to particular emotional stimulation, so boosting the energy of the entire system and getting it ready for an efficient response. The brain communicates with every part of the body, notably the endpoints, through the cerebrospinal neural system, which has been compared to the telephone system of the conscious mind. It is the self-conscious man's intelligence division. The subconscious mind is controlled by the sympathetic nervous system. The solar plexus is the hub of the system, behind the stomach and in front of the spine, consisting of two masses of brain matter, each in the form of a crescent. They are located around an artery that balances the blood pressure in the abdominal organs. The solar plexus and the sympathetic nervous system make up the unique equipment of the subconscious mind, just like the brain and the voluntary nervous system do for the self-conscious individual. The sympathetic nervous system's role is to keep the body in balance, operate as a balance wheel, and stop the cerebrospinal system from acting excessively or insufficiently. Emotional states like fear, wrath, envy, or hatred can easily throw off the body's automatic functioning, since they have a direct impact on them. That is to say, emotions like happiness, fear, wrath, and hatred can interfere with bodily processes including digestion, blood circulation, general nutrition, and so on. Negative emotions, such as fear, anger, hatred, and the like, break down the resistance provided by the various plexi, which, when in normal working order, have a definite capacity to inhibit the effect of such emotions. This causes nerves and all the unpleasant experiences that follow in the way of physical discomfort and ill health. The sympathetic system is an equipment that keeps the body functioning normally and healthily, and replaces waste produced by everyday wear and tear, both emotional and physical. Therefore, the kind of emotions we experience are crucial. They are either constructive if they are positive, or destructive if they are bad. Clear thinking and appropriate action lead to happiness, success, and fulfillment, since the concept comes first and dictates the character of the activity. We have learned that the value of things depends on the recognition of the value of people. A little artificial stimulation, such as alcohol intoxication, may momentarily still the senses and serve to confuse the issue, but just as in economics and mechanics, where every action is followed by a reaction, so in human relations, and every action is followed by an equal reaction. Every time the belief that things are more important than people gains popularity, or whenever policies are established that put the interests of riches above those of people, there must unavoidably be a response. However, there are those who would advocate for this, because the opium trade brings in millions of dollars for Englishmen, necessitating the sacrifice of millions of Chinese, and because the sale and distribution of alcohol generates millions of dollars in accounts for large banks and trust companies, and $100,000 and 0 cents in fees for corporation attorneys, enabling large numbers of men to cast ballots for political parties that are morally and politically bankrupt. According to Dr. Woods Hutchinson, since the brewer's business was shut down, the death rate in the United States has decreased from 14.2 to 12.3 per 1,000 people over the past 3 years, saving almost 200,000 lives annually. The feeding, clothing, general comfort, and welfare of schoolchildren have improved dramatically over the past 2 years, according to almost all reports from public school teachers, school and district nurses, welfare workers among the poor, astute police chiefs, and leaders of charitable organizations. However, some people are in favor of changing the Volstead Act. Since modification is merely another word for annulment, with all of its physical, mental, moral, and spiritual degradation and disaster, as well as all of the sorrow, suffering, infamy, shame, and horror that this most monstrous of events can bring about, there is probably not a single person in existence whose thinking processes are in such an infantile stage of development that they do not know that when a door has been partially opened, it only requires the pressure of the little finger to push it wide open. Experience has shown that any stimulus directed at the stomach that elevates its molecular tones above the level at which it can be maintained by food and sleep results in debility, which is a relaxation of the overworked organ, proportionate to its unnatural agitation, after the stimulus has passed away. The stomach's ability to sustain life naturally falters just as much below the tone of health and happiness as it did when it was unwisely increased above it. If the experiment is repeated frequently, it results in an artificial stomach tone that is necessary for happiness and muscular vigor, but completely beyond the capacity of the regular sustenance of nature to sustain. It also leaves a void that can only be filled by the destructive force that created it, and when prolonged use has made the difference between the natural and artificial tones significant and habit has made it second nature, the man is a drunkard, and in 89 cases in this experiment, the man was. It has been suggested to use beer as a stand-in and to guide the captive back to health and freedom. Although it might not develop impolite habits as quickly, it is powerless to curb them. It will even complete the damage that alcohol has already caused, with the sole exception that it does not rip the victim's internal organs apart with a razor-sharp file and allows the sufferer to descend to his tomb. By taking a slightly more leisurely pace that emphasizes the good-natured idiocy of the idiot rather than the demoniac frenzy of the lunatic. Wine has been recommended as a technique to divert the irrational off the path of death. But neither habit nor a ravenous appetite can be so easily subdued to a sober and restrained need. It is untrue that drinking wine will cure an irrational person or stop the spread of a sickness. Wine will fail to provide a stimulus of sufficient activity to rouse the flagging spirits, or will become acid on the weakened stomach, and whiskey and brandy will be called in to hasten to its conclusion, the slow work of self-destruction. Enough must be taken to screw up nature to the tone of cheerfulness, or she will cry, "Give," with an importunity not to be resisted. In one of Tolstoy's articles, we learn that the perceiving spiritual being, whose manifestation we often refer to as conscience, always points with one end towards right and with the other towards wrong. We are unaware of this as we proceed along the path it indicates, from wrong to right, but it does so. To become conscious of this spiritual being, however, one merely needs to act in a way that is opposite to the direction that conscience indicates. This then demonstrates how the animal activity has deviated from the direction that conscience indicates. And just as a navigator who realizes he is on the wrong course cannot continue to use the oars, engine, or sails until he has adjusted his course to the compass's indications, or has forgotten about this divergence, each man who has experienced the duality of his animal activity and his conscience can only continue his activity by adapting it to the demands of conscience, or by concealing from himself the indications conscience gives him of the wrongness. We can say that these two activities constitute the entirety of human life. 1. Aligning one's actions with their conscience, or 2. Hiding from oneself the signs of guilt in order to carry on living the same way. Some people choose to do one or the other. Moral enlightenment, the development of light within and attention to what it reveals, is the only way to achieve the first. There are two ways to achieve the second: to conceal from oneself the indicators of conscience, one external and the other interior. The internal strategy entails obscuring conscience itself, whereas the exterior strategy is engaging in activities that draw attention away from the signals provided by conscience. Just as a man has two ways to avoid seeing something that is in front of him, either by deflecting his gaze to other more striking objects, or by obstructing his own eyesight, he also has two ways to avoid seeing the indications of conscience, either by deflecting his gaze to various occupations, cares, amusements, or games, or by obstructing the organs of attention themselves. External distractions are frequently more than enough for those with dull, limited moral sensibilities to block off their conscience's warnings that their lives are immoral. But those methods frequently fall short for folks with high moral standards. The awareness of conflict between one's life and the demands of conscience cannot entirely be ignored by external means. Because this consciousness interferes with daily life, individuals turn to the tried and true internal technique of numbing their own consciences by poisoning their brains with stupefying chemicals. Even though one is not living according to what their conscience requires, they lack the power to change their ways. In order to continue living, people stop the activity of the organs through which conscience manifests itself, just as a man hides from himself what he does not want to see by covering his eyes. This is because the distractions that might divert attention from the consciousness of this discord are insufficient or have grown stale. The reason why opium, wince, and tobacco are consumed all over the world is not because to their flavor or any enjoyment, amusement, or laughter they may bring. Rather, it is due to man's need to conceal from himself the dictates of conscience. Not only do people stupefy themselves to muffle their own consciences, but they also purposefully stupefy others in order to strip them of their consciences and force them to conduct activities against their better judgment. The army do not sack a fortified location after they have taken it and kill the helpless old folks and children. They are frequently given instructions to get inebriated so they can perform their duties. Everyone is familiar with those who have turned to alcohol as a result of some wrongdoing that has troubled their conscience. Anyone can see that those who live immoral lives are more drawn to stupefying narcotics than others. Bands of robbers or thieves need alcohol to survive. In other words, it is impossible to avoid understanding that the need to silence the voice of conscience in order to remain unaware of the conflict between one's way of life and the demands of one's conscience underlies the use of stupefyers, whether in large or small doses, on occasion or consistently, in higher or lower circles of society. That alone accounts for the widespread use of all sedatives, including tobacco, which is perhaps the most popular and dangerous of the others. Any smoker may notice a clear desire to numb oneself with tobacco during specific, particularly trying times. When I think back to my earlier smoking days, when did I first notice a particular desire for tobacco? The times when I wanted to forget, not think, about certain things that came to mind were always times when I did not want to remember them. I smoke and continue to sit by myself while doing nothing, even though I know I should be working. I made a commitment to get at someone's house by 5 o'clock, but I lingered too long elsewhere. I realized I had forgotten, but I prefer not to recall, so I smoke. I become impatient and say harsh things to others. I am aware that this is bad and that I should stop, but I want to express my annoyance, so I continue to smoke and remain irritable. I gamble more than I wanted to when I play cards, so I start smoking. I should admit the mess I'm in and find a way out because I put myself in it, acted inappropriately, and made a mistake. However, I find it difficult to own my mistakes, so I instead accuse others and smoke. Writing anything, I'm not entirely satisfied with the things I've written. I should stop, but I want to finish what I've planned, so I smoke. I argue and realize that I and my opponent do not comprehend and cannot understand one another, but I still want to voice my opinion, so I speak on while smoking. Humanity's liberation from this evil will mark a turning point in history, and that moment appears to be near. The wickedness is acknowledged. Our understanding of the usage of sedatives has already undergone some change. People are starting to recognize the terrible harm caused by these things, and this almost imperceptible shift in perspective will inevitably free men from using stupefying substances, allow them to awaken to the demands of their consciences, and enable them to start living in accordance with those perceptions. The well-known vivisection tests that physiologists have carried out on the brains of living animals, experiments that defy all logic, have scientifically shown the relationship between the brain and the mind. The most well-known of these studies were conducted by the French biologist Flourens, who used animals whose physical makeup allowed them to withstand severe head and brain traumas. Layer by layer, one after another, he removed the top parts of the brain, and it is not an exaggeration to state that as the layers were removed, the animal's mental abilities also declined one by one until they eventually vanished entirely. Thus, Flourens was able to bring about a state in which physical life continued, even while every brain function, every capacity for receiving sensational stimuli, and every ability to act consciously were utterly destroyed in fouls. The animals had a life akin to that of a mere vegetable, responding only to mechanical feeding and remaining motionless in any location in which they were placed, as though they were in a deep sleep. As a result, they continued to live for weeks or even years, gaining weight and growing in body size. Successful similar studies have been carried out on mammals, which are higher animals. What better evidence of the link between mind and brain can there be than that of the anatomist's scalpel? If the cerebral hemispheres of a mammal are cut away piecemeal, says Valentine, the mental activity descends all the deeper, the further the quantitative loss extends. As a rule, when the ventricles are reached, complete unconsciousness supervenes. Chapter 12. The Psychology of Medicine. The advent of a notion that, just a few years ago, would have been deemed revolutionary and subversive of all the established traditions of medicine has greatly contributed to the growth of radio transmission. The psychical technique has always been a significant, if usually underappreciated, component of therapies. A significant portion of all cures come from faith, which lifts the spirits, encourages blood flow, and keeps the nerves functioning normally. When the best medications have been abandoned in despair, faith will allow a bread pill or a spoonful of clean water to perform healing marvels that would otherwise be impossible. Despondency or a lack of faith will frequently bring even the strongest constitutions close to death. Faith in the doctor, his medications, and his methods is the cornerstone of the entire medical profession. Professor of Physiology at the University of Paris, Charles Richet, is paving the way for those brave, pioneering researchers who are currently investigating the frontiers of the senses. The Lancet, a prestigious British medical publication, reported Dr. Richer in a talk he recently gave to the International Congress of Physiologists in Edinburgh, as saying, "The hypothesis that I want to support and demonstrate through the experimental technique is that it's possible to gain knowledge of reality other than through the normal channels of the senses. Everyone is aware that our senses, vision, hearing, touch, and to a lesser extent, smell and taste, allow us to access the outside world. Other methods are unknown. Everyone agrees that the only way we can understand the world around us is through our five senses, and that we can never know something for sure unless sound, touch, or vision has revealed it to us. This is the traditional and widely accepted notion. Without ever having been proven, it is official and exclusive. It is a risky and revolutionary move to acknowledge that knowledge of events can enter our consciousness through methods other than the senses. But this is the theory I'm about to defend. Access by strange vibrations to our subconscious intelligence is a unique phenomenon, but it is a phenomenon that is not in conflict with anything. All it is a fresh truth. And the fantastic ideas that modern physics introduces to us are in perfect harmony with this new fact. I don't hear any concerts in this hall right now, and neither do you. Even yet, you may argue that there aren't any musical vibrations present. What an oversight! We would all be able to hear a concert that was happening up to 100 miles distant if a wireless receiver were set up here. The receiver provides evidence that there are vibrations. This is also true of those enigmatic paths of consciousness. Despite not being able to reach us, they exist. Only a receiver, or sensitive individual, is required to demonstrate their actuality. Do not be hesitant to accept this novel fact that an intelligence gets struck by unknown vibrations that impart unanticipated knowledge to it. Can physiologists and medical professionals claim that they have fully characterized the physiology of the brain? That there is no more to learn about it, and that they have identified every vibrational mode that it is capable of? The brain is a far more complex system than we are accustomed to thinking of it when we are young. Why might this amazing device not occasionally be able to pick up vibrations that transit unconscious to consciousness? If our issue were solely physical, it would be easier to fix, and the doctors, with their extensive training and excellent services, would have done it a long time ago. But regrettably, the issue is mental long before it becomes physical. If we want to build health on a solid foundation, we will find that as we continue to use our capacity for responding, we must treat our thoughts and emotions. For example, it is well known that anxiety or persistently negative emotional stimulation will disrupt digestion. When digestion is functioning well, the urge to eat will stop when we have consumed all of the food we need and won't return until we are genuinely hungry. When this occurs, our inhibiting center is operating normally. However, if we develop dyspepsia, this inhibiting center stops working, leaving us constantly peckish with a propensity to overwork our already compromised digestive systems. Such insignificant perturbations are always occurring in human society. They are confined to the local area and receive little attention at the important center. Without requiring much thought from the body as a whole, they come and go, and rightly so. However, disease of a more serious sort will develop if the disorder has developed as a result of a deeply ingrained cause that is difficult to eradicate. Due to the severity and length of the problem under certain situations, the organism as a whole may be in danger of going extinct. If the Grand Center's leadership is strong, committed, and smart at this moment, the disturbance won't last very long. Yet, if there is weakness there, the entire Federation could collapse suddenly. According to Dr. Leindler, nature cure philosophy presents a rational concept of evil, its cause and its purpose, namely, that it is caused by breaking nature's laws, that its purpose is corrective, and that it can be overcome only by abiding by the law. Nowhere experiences pain, disease, or any other form of evil unless someone breaks the law someplace. These legal violations could be the result of stupidity, indifference, or maliciousness and willfulness. Always, the causes will outweigh the effects. The science of natural living and healing makes it abundantly clear that what we refer to as disease is primarily nature's attempt to get rid of morbid matter and restore the body's normal functions. That disease processes are just as orderly in their own ways as everything else in nature, and that we should not check or suppress them, but rather work in tandem with them. Thus, we can gradually but laboriously learn the crucial lesson that obedience to the law is the only way to prevent illness and the only way to treat it. The fundamental law of cure, the law of action and reaction, and the law of crisis, as revealed by the nature cure philosophy, impress upon us the truth that nothing in the process of health, disease, and cures is accidental or arbitrary, that every changing condition is either in harmony or in discord with the laws of our being, and that the only way we can master the law and achieve and maintain perfect physical health is by complete surrender and obedience to it. We must make an effort to start at the beginning, which is life itself, in our study of the origin and nature of sickness. Health, illness, and cure are all aspects of what we refer to as life and vitality. The vital and the material are two widely held but very dissimilar ideas about what life or vital force actually is. The former sees all of life's physical, mental, and psychiatric manifestations as electric, magnetic, and chemical reactions among the physical material electric elements that make up the human body. According to this theory, life resembles a kind of spontaneous combustion, or, as one scientist put it, a succession of fermentations. But due to recent scientific advancements that are quickly closing the gap between the material and spiritual spheres of existence, this materialistic view of life has already lost its relevance among more knowledgeable biologists. On the other hand, the vital notion of life, or the vital force, sees it as the fundamental force of all forces, deriving from the ultimate source of all power. The expression of the divine will, the logos, the word, of the great creative intelligence. This force pervades, warms, and animates the entire created universe. The whirls in the ether, the electric corpuscles, and the ions that make up the various atoms and constituents of matter are all caused by this divine energy. These ions and corpuscles are positive and negative electricity, respectively. Energy is something like electricity. It must be intelligent energy for the electrons and atoms to move with the same unchanging, exquisite accuracy as the suns and planets of the sidereal universe. The entire material universe would vanish in an instant if this supreme intelligence were to withdraw its energy, which takes the form of electrical charges, along with the atoms and elements. This indicates that crude matter is not the source of life or any of its intricate mental or spiritual phenomena, but rather is merely an expression of the life force, which is a manifestation of the great creative intelligence, also known by various names, each according to the individual's understanding, including God, nature, the Oversoul, Brahma, Prana, and others. The ultimate healer, this vis medicatrix natura, which constantly works to repair, heal, and restore the ideal type, is this almighty power and intellect functioning in and through every atom, molecule, and cell in the human body. The only thing the doctor can do is remove barriers and create normal surroundings for the patient, so that the power within can function as effectively as possible. In the end, everything in nature is a form of motion or vibration, from a transient notion or feeling to the hardest diamond or platinum. Physical science used to believe that an atom was the tiniest component of a particular element of matter, and that despite its infinitesimally small size, it nonetheless represented solid substance. Now that we have better evidence, we have good reason to believe that there is no such thing as solid matter, that every atom is made up of electrical charges, both positive and negative, acting in and upon an omnipresent ether, and that the only difference between an atom of iron and one of hydrogen, or any other element, relies on the number of electrical charges or corpuscles it contains, and the rate at which these vibrate around one another. As a result, the atom, which was once thought to be the pinnacle of solid matter, is now understood to be a microcosm in which corpuscles of electricity revolve or vibrate around one another in a manner similar to that of the suns and planets in the sidereal cosmos. This clarifies what we mean when we claim that matter and life have a vibratory quality. What we refer to as inanimate nature is stunning and well organized because it is in harmony with the symphony of life. Man can play out of tune on his own. Due to his freedom of choice and action, this can be either his blessing or his burden. The following definitions of health and disease from the Catechism of Nature Cure are now clearer to us. in accordance with the constructive principle of nature applied to individual existence. Health is the normal and harmonious vibration of the components and forces that make up the human entity, as well as the physical, mental, moral, and spiritual planes of being. Disease is abnormal or inharmonious vibration of the elements and forces composing the human entity on one or more planes, or being in conformity with the destructive principle of nature applied to individual life. Here, the question of normal or abnormal vibration with what inevitably arises. The vibrational state of the organism must be in accordance with the natural harmony that has been formed in the physical, mental, moral, spiritual, and psychical spheres of human activity. Chapter 13. Mental Chemistry. Chemistry is the branch of science that examines the internal or intramolecular changes that materials go through under different conditions. When something is described as mental, it means that it is of or pertaining to the mind, including intellect, feeling, and will, or the entire rational nature. Science is knowledge that is discovered and confirmed via precise observation and rational thought. Therefore, the study of situations that change as a result of mental activity is known as mental chemistry. It follows that mental chemistry produces effects in a similar way to how transformations in applied chemistry are brought about by the orderly mixing of components. The Arabic numbers 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 0 can be combined to create any imaginable number. The 26 letters of the alphabet can be used to convey any idea that might be thought of. With the 14 elements, and always and only with the correct grouping of electrons into molecules, anything imaginable can be arranged. A new individuality is generated when two or more molecules are grouped, and this newly created individuality has qualities that neither of the elements that gave it life possessed. Thus, salt is created when one atom each of sodium and chlorine are combined. No other elemental combination may create salt, and salt is a substance entirely distinct from either of the elements from which it is made. The same is true for the biological world, as it is for the inorganic world. Specific conscious processes will have particular effects, and the outcome will always be the same. No other idea will accomplish the goal. Only the same thought will ever lead to the same result. Since the principle must exist irrespective of the organs through which it operates, this must necessarily be the case. There must be light for there to be an eye. There must be sound for there to be an ear. There must be a mind for there to be a brain. Since the universal mind is the intellect that permeates all space and animates all living things, mental action is therefore the interaction of the individual with the universal mind, and this mental action and reaction is what is known as the rule of causation. It is the universal chemist, but the universal mind, not the individual mind, is where the principle of causality operates. It is a subjective process rather than an objective faculty. However, the power can be used by the individual, and as there are an endless number of ways to combine thoughts, the outcomes can be observed in an infinite number of different situations and experiences. Primordial man was born, lived and died in a hostile planet, naked and bestial, crouching in dismal caverns and eating bones. His ignorance was the root of his animosity and his wretchedness. Hatred and fear served as his handmaidens. His club was all he had to rely on. He only saw enemies in all things, including people and other animals, forests, streams, seas, and clouds. He could see no connections connecting them to one another or to him. The average modern man is born into privilege. Love sways his cradle and protects him like a child. He doesn't use a club when he goes out to fight. Instead, he uses a pencil. He uses his intellect rather than his might. He understands the physical as a valuable servant rather than as master or equal. His friends, not his foes, are his fellow humans and the forces of nature. The gradual emergence of understanding has brought about these enormous transformations, from hatred to love, from uncertainty to assurance, and from physical conflict to mental dominance. Man's lot is either fortunate or unfortunate in exact proportion to how well he understands cosmic law. In both humans and animals, Thought creates organic structures. The protoplasmic cell seeks light and releases an impulse, which progressively develops into an eye. A certain kind of deer lives in a region where the leaves are borne on tall branches, and their persistent foraging for food results in the giraffe's neck developing cell by cell. The amphibian reptiles grow wings and transform into birds in order to fulfill their urge to soar above the water in the open air. Studies with parasites that live on plants show that mental chemistry is used by even the lowest order of life. The following experiment was conducted by Rockefeller Institute member Jacques Loeb, MD, PhD. To obtain the material, potted rose bushes are brought into a room and placed in front of a closed window. If the plants are allowed to dry out, the previously wingless aphids, parasites, change to winged insects, leave the plants, fly to the window, and then creep upward on the glass. It is clear that these small insects discovered the plants on which they had been thriving were dead, and that they were unable to obtain any more food or water from these sources as a result. They could only escape starvation by developing temporary wings and taking to the air, which they did. Professor Elmer Gates at the Smithsonian Institution in Washington demonstrated that mental images have a direct impact on brain cells, and that brain cells can then affect the complete organism. Dissections revealed that guinea pigs maintained in enclosures with specific dominant colors had brains that were larger there than guinea pigs of the same class kept in other enclosures. Men's perspiration was examined, and experiments were conducted with the resulting salts. When a small amount was placed on a dog's tongue, the animal displayed signs of poisoning. Those of a furious guy were of an odd color. The mind moves the blood, according to Harvard College experiments using weighing boards and pupils. The board sunk down at the foot when the student was instructed to imagine that he was running a foot race, and the balanced board fell down at the head while a math problem was being worked out. This demonstrates how thought not only constantly and with a speed and intensity that much exceed electricity, but also develops the structures through which it acts. We are aware of our surroundings and of who we are as people thanks to the conscious mind. Past thoughts are kept in the subconscious mind. By seeing how a youngster learns to play the piano, we can better comprehend how the conscious and subconscious minds interact. He is shown how to hold his hands and press the keys, but at first he has some trouble controlling how his fingers move. He must regularly practice and focus his thoughts on moving his fingers in the proper manner. The subconscious guides and controls the fingers during play, as these thoughts eventually become automatic. The student must maintain a focused mental focus on the task at hand during the first few months and possibly the first few years of practice in order to perform well. Later, however, the student can play with ease while conversing with others because the subconscious has become so deeply imprinted with the idea of correct movements that it can do so without the conscious mind's involvement. Instinctual desire is part of the subconscious. It executes the suggestions made by the conscious mind. Because of the intimate relationship between the conscious and subconscious, which it faithfully executes, conscious thought is crucial. The subconscious mind has power over a man's physical body. The subconscious regulates all bodily functions, including circulation, respiration, digestion, and assimilation. The conscious provides the subconscious with its impulses continuously. Therefore, all it takes is for our conscious thoughts to shift to cause a matching change in the subconscious. We float in an infinite sea of plastic mental matter. This material is constantly alive and in motion. It has the highest level of sensitivity. It assumes shape in response to mental demand. The mold or matrix from which a material expresses itself is thought. The mold from which our future will be shaped is our goal. The cosmos has life. Nothing can live without thought, and nothing can express life unless there is mind. Everything that exists is a manifestation of the one fundamental substance that all things have been made from and are continuing to be made from. Man is a creator rather than a creature because of his ability to think. Everything is the end outcome of thought. Man has done the seemingly impossible because he didn't think it was possible. Men have connected the finite and the infinite, the limited and the unlimited, the visible and the invisible, and the personal and the impersonal through concentration. The world has been enthralled by the exquisite rhapsodies composed by great musicians. The world has been stunned by the fantastic inventions developed by great inventors after they made the connection. Great writers, philosophers, and scientists have preserved this harmony to such an extent that, despite the fact that their writings date back hundreds of years, we are only now realizing their truths. These people focused because they loved music, business, and creation, and as a result, the methods and means of realizing their objectives slowly but steadily developed. The law of cause and effect is constantly in operation throughout the entire universe. This rule, here a cause, there an effect, is ultimate. They are incapable of functioning alone. The first supports the second. Nature is constantly working to achieve the ideal balance. This is the universal law, which is always in force. Nature as a whole seeks for equilibrium on a global scale. This law governs how the universe functions. Because of harmony, the sun, moon, and stars are all kept in their proper places. Astronomers can predict where different stars will emerge in 1,000 years due to the accuracy of this law, because they travel in their orbits and arrive at specific times and locations. This law of cause and effect serves as the foundation for the scientists' entire theory. It is not contested elsewhere other than in man's dominion. People talk about luck, chance, accidents, and mishaps here, but are any of these things actually possible? The universe, is it a thing? If this is the case and law and order exist in one area, they must also exist in all others. This conclusion is based on science. On every level of existence, like breeds like, and while people ostensibly believe this, they choose to ignore it in their own lives. This is because, up until this point, man was unable to comprehend how his varied experiences linked to him and set specific causes in motion. A working theory to apply this concept to humans, that the universe strives for harmony, has just recently been developed. This denotes a perfect harmony among all things. All interplanetary space is filled with ether. The fundamental building block of all matter is this essentially metaphysical material. The wireless messages are transported via space using this material. Dropping a thought into this substance creates vibrations, which combine with other vibrations of a similar nature to affect the thinker. Thought is the cause of all manifestations, although thought occurs on various levels. The animal plane is one of our two mind planes. Animals react to these behaviors and interactions, but men are unaware of them. The conscious thought plane comes next. Man is capable of responding to practically infinite mental planes. Which plane we will respond to is tightly determined by the nature of our thoughts. The thoughts of the foolish, the wise, the poor, the wealthy, the ill, the healthy, the very poor, the very ill, and so on are all present on this plane. The point is that when we think on a specific thought plane, we are responsive to thoughts on that level, and the result of the reaction is obvious in our surroundings. There are an endless number of thought planes. Consider someone who has wealth as their first concern. He gets an idea that inspires him, and it works. Otherwise, it was not possible. He is thinking on the level of success, and because like attracts like, his ideas draw in other similar thoughts that all help him succeed. Only successful thoughts can reach his receiver. All other signals are rejected. He is not mindful of them, hence he is unaware of them. His antennas, so to speak, stretch into the universal ether and make connections with the concepts that will allow him to fulfill his goals and intentions. You may listen to the most exquisite music, a lecture, or the most recent market updates by remaining in your current position and placing an amplifier to your ear. What does this mean in addition to enjoying the music or learning anything new from the lecture or market report? It initially suggests that there must be a substance that has been sufficiently purified to transmit these vibrations throughout the entire universe. Once more, it shows that this substance needs to be sufficiently refined to pierce all other substances in existence. The vibrations must be able to pass through any type of steel, brick, stone, or wood. They must cross rivers, mountains, the Earth's surface, the Earth's subsurface, and everything else. It again suggests that time and space are no longer relevant. When a piece of music is aired in Pittsburgh or any place else, you can hear it as clearly and precisely as if you were in the same room, simply placing the right device in front of your ears. This shows that these vibrations are omnidirectional. It may hear wherever there is an ear to hear. Is it not possible that the same substance will carry a thought just as readily, and just as certainly if there is a substance so refined that it will pick up a human voice and send it in all directions, so that every human being who is equipped with the necessary mechanism may receive the message? Most definitely. Where did we learn this? By trying new things. There is no other way to know for sure anything but this. Try it. You can conduct the experiment. Right where you are, sit. Pick a topic that you are reasonably familiar with. Start thinking. There will be a quick succession of thoughts. One idea will lead to another. Some of the thoughts that have turned you into a conduit for their manifestation will surprise you in due time. You had no idea how much you knew about the topic. You had no idea you could express things in such lovely language. You are astounded by the thought's ease and speed of arrival. What is their origin? From the all-wise, all-powerful, all-knowing one source. Since every concept that has ever been thought still exists, and is just waiting for someone to attach the mechanism by which it can find expression, you have reached the source of all knowledge. Therefore, since thoughts never die, you are free to think the ideas of every wise person, artist, financier, and business leader who has ever lived. Let's say your test is not fully successful. Attempt once more. Few of us take great pride in our initial attempts at anything. The first time we tried to walk, we barely managed to get a foothold. If you give it another shot, keep in mind that the brain is the seat of the objective mind, and that it is connected to the outside world via the cerebrospinal or voluntary nervous system, which in turn is linked to the outside world via a specific mechanism or set of senses. These are the sense organs that enable us to perceive sound, touch, taste, and smell. Now, an idea is something that cannot be seen or heard. It also cannot be tasted, odorated, or felt. The five senses are obviously useless for trying to understand thoughts. Since mind is a spiritual activity and cannot enter our bodies by any material means, it must be stilled. Following a period of mental and physical relaxation, we shall issue an SOS and watch for the outcome. The outcome of our experiment will therefore be entirely dependent on our capacity to open up. The material in which we live, move, and have our being, which is omnipresent, permeates everything, and is the origin of all activity, is sometimes referred to as ether by scientists. They frequently refer to something as ether, since it can be measured, and according to the materialistic school of science, anything that cannot be measured does not exist. However, who is able to measure an electron? And yet, as far as we now know, the electron is the foundation of all material reality. 1 linear inch would require 500 million atoms, arranged side by side. For a chemist to find those atoms in a chemical trace, there must be enough of them in the test tube to equal 25 million times the population of the Earth. A lead cube measuring 1 inch in size has about 125 septillion atoms. And even with a microscope, we are still miles away from ever seeing an atom. The electrons that make up an atom, however, are bigger than our solar system. The primary positive source of energy that one or more negative charges of energy rotate around is shared by all atoms. The so-called element of which each atom is a part is defined by the quantity of negative electrons that each atom possesses. 1 negative electron is expected to be a satellite to the positive center of an atom of hydrogen, for example. Chemists use it as a benchmark for atomic weight because of this. The hydrogen atom has an assigned atomic weight of 1. The ratio of an electron's diameter to that of an atom is similar to that of the Earth's orbital diameter to that of the Sun. It has been determined that an electron has a mass that is 1/18,000th of that of a hydrogen atom. It follows that matter can be refined to a degree that is virtually beyond the capacity of the human intellect to comprehend. Even in getting this far, we have had to use imagination to fill in certain gaps between our physical observations of effects and the analysis of this refinement beyond the electron. It has been an involuntary process of individuating intelligent energy to create matter out of electrons. Generally speaking, the three essential elements needed to support life are food, water, and air. This is certainly true, yet there is still something more crucial. Every time we breathe, we not only fill our lungs with magnetized air from the solar orb, but we also fill ourselves with pranic energy, the breath of life that contains all the elements necessary for the mind and spirit. A man can survive for 40 days without food, 3 days without water, and a few minutes without air, but he cannot survive for even a single second without ether, which is a spirit that gives life. The act of breathing provides food for the mind and spirit in addition to the body, because it is the one primary essential of life and contains all the other essentials. Chapter 14. Suggestion. In a book titled The Practice of Autosuggestion, written by Mr. C. Harry Brooks and published by Dodd, Mead & Co., Mr. Brooks describes a very interesting and educational visit to the clinic of Dr. Emile Coué. At the end of Nancy Street, Jean d'Arc, in a charming garden next to Dr. Coué's home, is where the clinic is located. He claims that although the waiting area for patients was already busy when he arrived, eager visitors kept attempting to get in. On the ground floor, the windowsills were overgrown, and the door had developed a thick knot. The patients were seated on foldable chairs and camp stools, taking up every available space. Then he describes the several astonishing recoveries that Dr. Coué went on to accomplish, using nothing more than patient suggestion that the patient possesses the ability to heal himself. A children's clinic was also there, run by Mademoiselle Kaufmann, who devoted her entire time to it. Because it teaches us that the difficulties we face in life are, at least in part, the result of our own doing, Mr. Brooks believes Coué's insights could have a significant impact on both our daily lives and education. We replicate the thoughts in our head in both ourselves and our environment. Further, it provides a method for us to alter these thoughts when they are wicked and nurture them when they are beneficial, leading to a proportional improvement in our own lives. However, the process does not finish with the person. Thoughts of society are realized in social circumstances, while thoughts of humanity are realized in global circumstances. What might a generation raised from infancy on autosuggestion knowledge and practice look like towards our social and global problems? Would the illusory need for possessions endure if everyone achieved happiness in himself? Accepting autosuggestion requires a shift in perspective and a reevaluation of life. When facing west, all we can see are clouds and night, but with a simple head movement, we can witness the expansive scene of the sunrise. Van Buren Thorne, M.D., wrote an excellent review of Emile Coué's work for the New York Times, dated August 6, 1922, and stated that the keystone of the system of treatment for mental and physical ills developed and elaborated by Emile Coué of Nancy, France, can be summed up in one sentence. The conscious mind and the unconscious mind are two minds that belong to the person. The latter is literally the subservient servant of the conscious mind and is referred to by some psychologists as the subconscious mind. Our internal economy is managed and governed by the unconscious mind. Its functions enable our vital organs to work: the digestion and absorption of food, repairs, waste elimination, and the continuation of life itself. According to Dr. Coué, all a person needs to do when the conscious mind decides that additional efforts are needed to correct a deficit, whether physical or mental, is to audibly express that thought in the form of a direct suggestion to the unconscious mind. The humble, obedient servant then immediately and without hesitation follows the orders of its conscious master. Numerous well-known individuals in France, England, and other parts of Europe, including Dr. Coué and Mr. Brooks, have stated that the outcomes in many of the cases they have personally observed have been nothing short of miraculous. When given 3 facts about the Nancy practice, those who have not seen the advantages of this type of treatment and may therefore be prone to skepticism are more inclined to pay attention to what follows. First off, during the many years of his administration, Dr. Koo has never received payment for his services. Second, he has a propensity of telling his patients that they must locate the source of their own well-being within themselves, because he has no healing abilities and has never in his life been able to heal anyone. Third, that anybody can make decisions for themselves without seeking advice from anyone else. A child who is able to understand the difference between the conscious and subconscious minds, and who is able to provide orders from one to the other, is also capable of self-administering treatment. Because no one knows a man's affairs better than the man who resides inside of him. For his title page, Mr. Brooks used a 1 Corinthians quotation. This was probably chosen as a suitable biblical allusion to the coexistence of the aware and unconscious minds. However, neither the treatment nor the book that describes it goes into great detail about any potential religious significance of the techniques used or the outcomes produced. Dr. Koo's concentration on the advantages to be gained from the regular repetition of this formula is the one factor that has made a significant contribution to the recent rapid spread of awareness about his technique of treatment at Nancy. Every day, I'm getting better and better in every aspect. While Mr. Brooks notes that religious minds who wish to associate the formula with God's care and protection might do so in this manner. Day by day, in every way, by the help of God, I'm getting better and better. I observed that there isn't much emphasis placed on the religious significance of his alleged cures. The key to treatment success is to instill enough trust in the conscious mind for the unconscious mind to take what it repeats at face value. To use Mr. Brooks' words, if the unconscious accepts a notion that reaches the conscious mind, it will turn it into reality and make it a permanent part of our lives. However, let's first examine the process of writing this book before observing Dr. Koo at work. Mr. Brooks, an Englishman, was intrigued by Dr. Koo's work at Nancy and visited the location to see it for himself. According to Dr. Koo's preface to the book, Mr. Brooks spent several weeks with him last summer and was the first Englishman to travel to Nancy with the specific intention of learning about conscious autosuggestion techniques. He went to Dr. Koo's consultations and fully mastered the technique. The hypothesis underlying the treatment was then extensively discussed by the two men. Dr. Koo claims that Mr. Brooks expertly identified the basics and skillfully presented them in the volume in a way that seemed to him to be both straightforward and understandable. We may ensure for ourselves, all the days of our lives, a wonderful condition of health, both of the mind and the body, by using this way, adds Dr. Koo. It is a method which everyone should follow. The sick to obtain healing, the healthy to prevent the coming of disease in the future. Let's go inside Dr. Koo's office with Mr. Brooks now. A lovely garden with flower beds, strawberry patches, and fruit-bearing trees can be found towards the back of the home. The garden benches are occupied by groups of patients. 2 brick structures house the waiting and consulting areas. Men, women, and children who are patients are crammed into these. Koo starts working right away. The first patient is an elderly and feeble man. He struggles to move, and a pronounced tremor can be felt in his head, legs, and arms. His daughter backs him up. He is invited by Koo to get up and move. He takes a few steps across the floor while being assisted by a stick. He is assured that he will recover, and Koo adds, "You have been sowing bad seeds in your unconscious. Now you will sow good seed. The power by which you have produced such ill effects will in the future produce equally good ones." He retorts, "Madam, you think too much about your ailments, and in thinking about them, you create new ones," to a woman who bursts into a stream of complaint. He advises a young person with inflamed eyes, a worker with varicose veins, and a female with headaches that autosuggestion should provide complete relief. He meets a neurasthenic girl who is visiting the clinic for the 3rd time and has been using the technique at home for 10 days. She claims that things are improving. Now that she can eat heartily and sleep peacefully, she can start to enjoy life. The next person to catch his eye is a large peasant who was formerly a blacksmith. He claims that for about 10 years, he has been unable to raise his right arm above the level of his shoulder. Koo forecasts a full recovery. He continues questioning patients for another 40 minutes. Then he listens to people who have come to share with him the advantages they have experienced. Here is a woman who experienced a painful breast swelling that the doctor misdiagnosed as malignant, in Ku's judgment. She claims that after receiving treatment for 3 weeks, she has fully recovered. Another has put on 9 pounds and recovered from anemia. A third claims to have had his varicose ulcer treated. While a fourth person, a lifetime stammerer, declares an instantaneous recovery. For 10 years you have been thinking you could not live your arm above your shoulder. Consequently, you have not been able to do so for 10 years. Ku now turns to the former blacksmith. Now think, I can lift it. Whatever we imagine becomes true for us. He makes an attempt, adds, I can, with a skeptical expression, and it hurts. Keep doing it and tell yourself, I can, I can. Close your eyes and repeat after me, kapass, kapass, for 30 seconds. Then Ku instructs, now think well that you can lift your arm. The man confidently states, I can, and then raises it to its maximum height before holding it aloft in victory in front of everyone. Dr. Ku says calmly, my friend, you are healed. The perplexed blacksmith exclaims, it is marvelous. I think so. Ku says, prove it by hitting me on the shoulder, and the strikes come in regular succession. Ku groans under the strokes of the sledgehammer. Enough, he says. You may now return to your anvil. He now turns to patient number 1, the frail man. By what he has observed, the patient appears to be filled with confidence. He gains control of himself after hearing Ku's directions, and after a short while he is moving around without any difficulty. Ku says, you're welcome to come for a run in the garden after I finish with the clinic. Thus, it takes place. This patient quickly starts to trot around the enclosure at a speed of 5 miles per hour. Ku then moves on to making specific recommendations. He speaks in a quiet, monotone voice as the sufferers close their eyes. Here's an illustration. Say to yourself that all the words I am about to utter will be fixed, imprinted, and engraved in your minds, that they will remain fixed, imprinted, and engraved there, so that without your will and knowledge, without your being in any way aware of what is taking place, you yourself and your whole organism will obey them. I tell you first that every day, 3 times a day, morning, noon, and evening, at meal times, you will be hungry. That is to say, you will feel the pleasant sensation which makes us think and say, how I should like something to eat. You will then eat with an excellent appetite, enjoying your food. But you will never eat too much. You will eat the right amount, neither too much nor too little, and you will know intuitively when you have sufficient. You will masticate your food thoroughly, transforming it into a smooth paste before swallowing it. In these conditions you will digest it well, and so feel no discomfort of any kind, either in the stomach or in the intestines. Assimilation will be perfectly performed, and your organism will make the best possible use of the food to create blood, muscle, strength, energy. In a word, life. In the words of Mr. Brooks, they, Dr. Ku and Mile Kaufman, have placed not only their private means, but their whole life at the service of others. Neither ever accepts a penny piece for the treatments they give, but I have never seen Ku refuse to give a treatment at however awkward a time the subject may have asked for it. Mr. Veltmer states in Regeneration, the last battle in which the race is engaged is now underway. It is not a battle of cannon and sword, but a conflict of ideas. It is not going to be destructive, but constructive. It will not be a destroying warfare, but a fulfilling. It will not promote discord, but will ensure harmony. It will not individualize the race, and each person will stand alone, recognizing we. When a man views himself in this way, he realizes that the kingdom inside not only exists in him, but also in all other men. We must presume that the ability to execute, act, or carry out the work we assign to our brains exists within the mind. Yet, before assigning this task to the mind, we must have a clear understanding of what has to be done. We must draw the conclusion or presume that it is true that we possess the ability to create life and health. We must also understand how and from where it is created in order to renew the body. We would be able to understand what the author means when he says, Eye hath not seen, nor ear heard, until that veil of ignorance which envelops us be lifted, and we be permitted to look into the storehouse of knowledge, such as the prophet or seer was allowed to look upon. Could we but climb where Moses stood, and view the landscape above? Could we but experience what Paul did during the time when he says, "I know not whether I was in the body or out." The brain is an organ that allows us to communicate our ideas to other parts of our body and receive outside impressions via the senses. People tend to believe that great minds are the result of fine brains because great men have developed brains of a higher caliber than other people. However, if they were to view the brain as any other perishable body organ, they would realize that it is simply the organ through which the mind manifests. As orderly as the movements of the sun and planets, every achievement follows a predictable pattern. First we desire, then we believe, then we test the belief, and finally we acquire knowledge. We entertain a belief, which enters our minds and exerts power over us. If he can strengthen his conviction, a poor man can escape his bonds. A suggestion needs to be good and unchallenged in order to have a dominating influence. The person entertaining it must view it as a constant in his life that cannot be altered or changed. The notion of suggestion can also be applied in still another way, according to Mr. J.R. Seward of Hamilton, Montana. He claims, "I chewed, or rather ate, the weed for 15 years. I didn't intend to form the habit when I started in, but I thought that it was beneficial to my transition from youth to manhood. After the habit had grown on me for several years without my knowledge, I realized that I was in the grip of a slowly but surely growing octopus that had me freely within its embrace, and I was helpless. I'll now describe to you how my friend's wife helped me kick a bad habit and persuaded us both of the amazing power of suggestion when used correctly. I became interested in the study of directed thought around the time I hit rock bottom, as well as inspirational literature that later caught my attention. At first, I was rather skeptical, but as I read and thought and started looking for proof in the events of our daily lives and in our environment, the truth started to dawn upon me. I started to see and know that life manifestations are a result of directed thought. But to think oneself out of a habit that clings as tightly as thought itself is a difficult task without assistance. I slept in one bedroom with one of the kids, while my wife slept in another bedroom with our then youngest boy, who was around 8 months old. At the time, we attempted the recommendation for quitting smoking. She had to stay up occasionally during the night to tend to the baby, and it was at those moments that she treated my mental health while I was asleep. She would imagine herself or mentally project herself as though she were standing or kneeling beside my bed and speaking to me, with her suggestions being of a constructive and positive nature rather than of a negative nature. It went something like this: "You are now desiring freedom from the tobacco habit. You are free in desire and enjoy mastery more than indulgent." She made the aforementioned recommendation in substance to me every time she was awake during the night, and I do swear under penalty of perjury that 6 days after she began therapy, I had entirely stopped desiring and using tobacco. That was a few months ago, and today, more than ever before in my life, I am in complete control of my habits of thought, speech, and behavior. From being an underweight, anxious wreck to a full-weight, healthy, strong, and clear-thinking guy, everyone who knows me has seen the difference in the way I appear, act, and seem. Since then, I've been interested in studying and doing constructive, focused thinking. There may be other wireless vibrations of a higher or lower tune or key passing at the same time, but only those in harmony are used in wireless telegraphy or telephony. The tuning coil is an instrument that vibrates in harmony with an electrical wave or vibration of a certain length. It is in tune with that particular tune of wave, and as a result, they are in harmony and allow the vibration to go on to the other receiving instrument unhindered. We can tune our minds to low-vibration thoughts like the animal impulses of nature, or we can tune them to thoughts of an educational or mental nature, or we can, after some qualifications are met, tune ourselves to receive purely spiritual thought vibrations. This power constitutes the divine power that is given to man. Of course, you will readily see that there never was any such thing as a low-vibration thought, and there never will be. The power to drive a suggestion in the very center of desire, where it grows to the point of action, if in harmony with the thought vibration of the desire, is the foundation of all salesmanship. When skillfully used, it tends to relax one's conscious attention and warm up and quicken the desire until a favorable response is gained. window displays, counter displays, as well as illustrated advertising, all rely on this power. The quality of thought determines the amount of success in life, as is easily demonstrated by the builder and his blueprints, the seamstress and her designs, or the school and its product, all in line with the leading constructive idea. This recording of Mind Mastery, The Secret Science of Intentional Creation, by David J. Davidson, was presented by Stargate Book. Sound recording copyright 2023 and produced by DeepSend Limited 2023.